Maunganui. Maunganui. Mount Maunganui. You got it.
Test, test. You got me? Check, check. Welcome to New Zealand Day 5. We finally got some good wind going. There are riders already out on the water. We are right in Pilot Bay. So we have shifted from the wave zone yesterday over to a more consistent wind zone. So this is really going to be a great day of freestyle, and we're going to try and pack in this entire contest. We are right in the backdrop of Mount Maunganui, and it is gorgeous out today. So we are already on our 4th round of the day. We've got Toby Wigglesworth and Oscar Leclerc out there from France. So this should be a really good showdown, and the wind continues to be building. We are going to have a great day. Toby Wigglesworth, I believe, is from New Zealand. Just made a really nice attempt at a 360. Oscar Leclerc goes for a 540, but they both go down, unfortunately. If you are just tuning in now, we are finally getting the proper wind in New Zealand. It's been a slow start for us, but we are on day 5. Yesterday, we had some amazing tow foil competitions where the young ripper from Maui, the Armstrong rider, Cash Barzola, absolutely tore it up and got the highest score of the day with a 9.4. So far today, we are grinding through heats. The GWA is going to get a result today if this wind can stick around. So everyone is keeping their fingers crossed that the wind keeps building. It looks like we're going to try and do a few more rounds of the men. At that point, we will switch over to the women next, which should be awesome. Oh, there goes Oscar with a big rally into a 3, but he just can't quite keep it together and unfortunately goes down. So we have switched formats from yesterday in the waves, where today we have more consistent wind, but we are pure freestyle. What that means is we have 10 trick attempts and 3 are counting. Again, with the GWA and changing conditions, it becomes super important for actual, like, on-the-fly judging changes a lot of the times. So the wind has filled in enough that the riders are able to have a bit of power out there. They'd still like a little bit more, but they'll take it. Here goes Oscar. Looks like he's loading up. Let's see what he's got for us. He's got some speed. You can tell when he starts pinching a little bit and trying to gain momentum that he's going to send something big. Here it comes. Boom. Gets the nose in the air and a really clean 360. Oh, that's going to score high right now today. Because, again, the riders for the Wingfoil Tour really do need more wind. This is kind of on the edge of what the riders can actually land their bigger moves with. So here comes Toby. He's the young ripper. I've been watching this kid in the waves all week. Nice big rally, sends it, lands pretty clean on that new Armstrong wing and rides away. Oh, and Leclerc goes for, I think that was a rad 7, which is an extremely hard toe side trick where you're actually trying to do 3 full rotations. That's a huge scoring trick, but it actually is one of the harder things to land, even for the best guys. Francesco, did you advance? And who'd you go against? Okay. While the boys are out riding, I'm going to talk to Francesco quickly. He just advanced from the last round, and he is moving on. Francesco, how did it go?
Well, to be honest, I was watching from here. I was not looking so good. I was like gusty and not so windy, but actually out there is pumping. I was on my 5.0 pretty good powered up. I managed to land almost all my tricks. I'm happy. I'm stuck to land a really nice 720 again on the flat and not so windy. For a heavy guy like me, I'm pretty happy. And yeah, can't wait to keep shredding and go on the next round against the winner of this one.
Oh, fantastic. So Francesco is going to be going up against either Oscar Leclerc or Toby Wigglesworth. I think that's going to be a good round for you. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to not focus so much on my opponent, just go for my hit. Even my first hit was kind of, let's say, easy, but I don't take nothing easy. I just go and send it like there's been a final.
Yeah, that's, unfortunately when we get down to the end of these contest days and the forecast is looking a little bit bleaker as we move forward, it's a day to push and we'll see if we can get a result. So, great job, Francesco.
Thank you very much and ciao a tutti dall'Italia, seguiteci, ciao, alla prossima.
Oh, nice. All right, so it looks like we're getting the yellow flag in the sky for Oscar Leclerc and Toby Wigglesworth. They are going to be in their last minute of this heat. And Oscar does another big three and lands pretty clean. Oh, there goes Toby on the outside with a big three, and he just can't ride out of it. And that is it on the end of that round. So we are back in New Zealand for day 5 of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. We have got action going already. The riders understand how important it is that we get it done this day. The forecast is not looking phenomenal in the next few days, so what we're going to do is we're going to push hard. That means 7-minute heats, 10 trick attempts, 3 tricks count. We just saw Toby Wigglesworth, the local Armstrong rider, young ripper shredding in the waves all week, go against Oscar Leclerc from France, the veteran. I think Oscar edged him out with a few really clean 360s that he landed real nicely. So we'll just have to wait for the official results. No, I don't. Yep. Yep. All right, so for the next round, we have a really good group of young rippers. These are 2 of the Groms who are going to go and show the adults what's up. First, we have Encore Souza, who is 15 years old, but is already a tour veteran who's competed in multiple GWA events. He's a Cabrina rider, and he is from Fuerteventura and absolutely rips. So I'm sure he's going to put on a heck of a show. We also have a young local ripper rider for Armstrong who's going out against them. He's another young Grom as well. So we'll see how these 2 do. Simon Croft is our Armstrong local rider, and he was really showing some game in the waves as well. So we're just super excited to have a little bit of wind today. This is really the first day where the riders are somewhat properly powered up and can actually show us what they got. So Simon Croft, the young ripper from New Zealand, heading out on his new Armstrong wing. The Armstrong wings look great. They're black and white and look really nice. I'm sure the riders are all stoked to have these 2nd and 3rd generation wings out there. So again, wind is picking up and looking super strong. We should have a great day of competing today. Hopefully we'll get through the men and the women today, and we'll be able to race the rest of the week. Should be really good. Simon Croft is the guy? Copy. No, I'm good on the intro, and I'll go to the heat now because they're going. So Simon Croft is actually up right now. He is in the water and heading out. I'm looking at the red Cabrina wing out there. That is Encore from Fuerteventura. He is looking like he's setting up for a trick. Simon is paddling out still and getting into the wind zone, so we'll see what he's got for us. So Simon versus Encore. Both of these young rippers are hoping to advance to the next round. Encore looks like he's loading up. He's got some good speed, and I think we're going to see a big trick out of him. Big front loop, lands clean. And he's just able to ride away out of it. That's going to be a high-scoring trick. That's going to be tough for the young local Simon Armstrong rider to compete against. Encore is a very established veteran rider and can throw big forwards, big backs, 720s, the whole yard. So that was a really nice opening trick by Encore. Encore looking like he's loading up again on the red Cabrina wing out there. Oh, nice clean 360 and a really good landing. That's, again, a high-scoring trick for Encore. So currently on day 5, we are in what we're calling round 2, heat 11 on the water right now. They're about halfway through their 7-minute heat. So again, today, since we are on the flat water, we're doing 10 attempts with 3 tricks counting towards your score and a 7-minute heat. So after that 7-minute heat, there's a 2-minute transition period. That's for the judges to tally scores and for the next group of riders to get out there. So we're still looking for a trick from Toby, or from, Simon Croft, the local Armstrong rider. Oh, Encore going for a really nice, I think I'm going to call that a handle pass 540 and landing really smooth. Right over by the judges so they can see that. Again, that's going to be a real high scoring trick. I'm trying to get some updates on the scoring here to see how we're doing. Yeah, it looks like Encore's ahead in this one with a backflip scoring a 5.1 and a front loop on at a 7.23. So Encore pretty well got this round in the bag with some big, really hard technical scoring tricks. So we'll see how he can do. Looks like we have just a few minutes left in this heat. Yep. You can just feed me. Yeah. Okay, now I can see who's in. Big front, he just can't quite get the board back underneath him, but a huge attempt on it, trying to improve that previous front flip score. Yep, correct. All right. We're coming into the final 30 seconds of this round 1, heat 11 between Encore and Simon Croft from Brazil, or from New Zealand. So it looks like Encore is going to move forward on this one. Again, the big front flip and the back flip all adding real high scoring totals for Encore. So just a recap on Heat 10, it looks like Oscar Leclerc is moving forward. Toby Wigglesworth is eliminated. So Oscar Leclerc moving forward and Encore moving out of this round. We are moving on to Heat number 12 out of this round 1. Here we go. That was a great heat. Encore landed a big front flip and a back flip and easily is moving on to the next round. Up next, we have Vinnie Martins from Brazil and Thomas Robertson from New Zealand. So you never know what to expect out of these local guys, but I did see Thomas ripping in the waves and surf prone and toe and foiling and absolutely getting it done. So let's see what he can do freestyle-wise. This really is our first real day of good, strong wind, so we're actually able to see what these competitors can do. So up next, Vinnie Martins from Brazil. So Vinnie is a real accomplished waterman. He's actually the first winger to ride Nazare. So you guys can check out some of his videos. If you search winging Nazare, it's insane. He's on these monster waves. And it was pretty cool because we just heard a story on how he did it. He was actually on a kite race foil, which is this tiny, like 520 or something, insane micro foil, which he needed because the waves were so big that day that he was able to wing it. So kind of a cool story about Vinnie. We're going to see how Vinnie does up against the local New Zealand rider, Thomas Robertson. So those guys are up next. Yellow flag's up, so we should be rolling any second on round 12. Making good progress so far. We've already grinded through 4 or 5 of these, so this is a good sign. If we can get this wind to hold, we should be good to get a result out of New Zealand. So fingers crossed we keep the wind. All right, that's it. We are live on round 12. Vinnie Martins from Brazil versus Thomas Robertson from New Zealand. These guys are going live. Vinnie out there on the small blue. I believe that's a Neil Pride wing. Looking for some little gust right there. I think he's about to load up, or is he going to turn around? Thomas Robertson looks to be on the new Armstrong wing, which is a real signature black and white combination. He's out there. We'll see what he's got for us. I am not sure what to expect out of Thomas, so this is going to be a good round. Vinnie going toe side, trying to get a little speed. We'll see what he's got. Here comes Thomas Robertson on the Armstrong, loading up for sure. He is about to jump right now. Go, Thomas. Put on the show for us. Boom. Oh, he loses his board. That was a crazy crash. That'll be nice to see that replay. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes riders load up too much. They're excited. It might be their first competition. The gust was more than they expected. So behind him, you see Vinnie coming up, doing a little tweaked Rayleigh out there to just get a score on the board. A lot of times in competitions, the veteran guys like Vinnie will understand that sometimes you win with the simplest tricks just because the other guy goes out and tries too hard. So Vinnie's out there. He just did a little Rayleigh to get one little trick in there and at least start filling his scorecard. There goes Thomas. Nice Rayleigh by him. Thomas Robertson, he's doing the same. Oh, there's Vinnie with the clean 3, and he does ride out of that. That looks pretty good. That's going to be a high-scoring trick. It was right in front of the judges. You can see both riders sticking in this little windy zone right off the point, so it must be good right there. So let's see what Thomas Robertson can respond with that, because Vinnie right now has a pretty good Rayleigh and a clean 360. Here goes Thomas Robertson loading up. The way he's pushing on that foil right now, what he's doing, he's trying to get maximum lift when he blasts off, which is going to be right now. Oh, unfortunately, he just loaded up a little too much and caught a rail. So what happens then is it basically sticks you to the water. Oh, another big jump by Thomas. He does land it, and he is riding away, so that will be a scoring trick. Vinnie coming in, so we'll see what he's got for us. Again, we are on round 1, heat 12 of day number 5 at the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Vinnie with another clean 3 out there, so that's a nice trick. Thomas Robertson looks like he's loading up. He's got a nice gust. Oh, another big Rayleigh. So that's one of the things. Your tricks, Rayleighs are not going to score very high. So that's kind of on the lower end of the spectrum on the tour. So Thomas is, I'm not sure if this is his first competition, but these are the things that you learn and realize what you can go back and train for. And, the first, there's Vinnie with another 360 landing nice and clean. So Vinnie looks like he's ahead in this one, but Thomas still has time. Oh, Thomas just goes down on another 3. Looks like we've got Vinnie ahead with 9.27 to Thomas Robertson's 3.97. So we are in the final 3 minutes. So Thomas still has a chance at this. If Thomas lands a big trick, he can definitely move past Vinnie. Because really, Vinnie has just been doing 3s and a Rayleigh. So the door is open for the young New Zealand rider, Thomas Robertson. Here goes Thomas, loading up. Oh, goes down again. He's definitely giving it his best effort. He's sending it, trying those big 3s, but he just can't seem to land and get the board under him. So here we are at the beautiful backdrop of Mount Maunganui. It is gorgeous today. Day 5 of New Zealand has been epic. The wind is filled in, and we are having a great heat right now between Vinnie and Thomas Robertson from New Zealand. Vinnie from Brazil is slightly ahead, but Thomas Robertson still has just under 1 minute to get this done. So come on, Thomas, you can do it. So for those of you just joining us, we are on day 5 of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour, first stop of 2023. We are in New Zealand, Tauranga, Mount Maunganui. It is beautiful today. This is really the first day we've had strong winds starting off early. So this is absolutely what all the competitors have been waiting for. This is fantastic. So we are currently in round 1, heat number 12. We are coming up. Final 40 seconds, Vinnie Martins from Brazil against Thomas Robertson from New Zealand. It does look like Vinnie is more than likely advancing through on this one. We're in 12, we're in 13. Up next, Bastian versus... So coming up, we are in round 1, heat 13 on the way between Bastian Escoffier from France, currently living in Australia, against Costa Gladiatus from New Zealand. So this should be another good one. He is actually one of the young rippers out in the surf, absolutely shredding Costa. So I can't wait to see what he's got. Again, this is really the first day that we've had the opportunity to see these guys winging. This event has been, the wind has not cooperated as much as the athletes would have liked, so there's not been a lot of training going on. So what that means is most of these riders are going out cold. A lot of people have literally winged for maybe 20 minutes in their seeding round, which happened a couple days ago. So the way this works is this year the GWA is adopting a new strategy. What they're doing is they're seeding riders by competing against each other the first seed round, they're calling it. So what that means is all riders get to perform 3 to 4 tricks, and then the total scores make your rank. So what that means is you could be a first-time GWA rider from New Zealand and come in and score super high and be ranked high, which is nice. So we had a young rider from Maui, Armstrong rider, Cash Barzola, who came in and absolutely threw down a huge run of 3 amazing tricks and ended up being the second seed for the event, which is fantastic. So already the new scoring system is creating some exciting new seedings and placings for different riders that go up against each other. So here we are getting ready for round 1, heat 13. Here we are, GWA round 1, New Zealand, Mount Maunganui. What an awesome day so far. The wind is finally here. We just wrapped up round 1, heat 12 between Vinnie Martins from Brazil and Thomas Robertson from New Zealand. They both put on a great show, trying big threes, huge Rayleighs. I think Vinnie took it. He landed a couple threes clean. Thomas is definitely going to take away a lot of knowledge from this. Nothing like your first GWA event, and Thomas really showed up. So congratulations to the young Armstrong rider. Up next, we are in heat 13 of round 1, and that is going to be between Bastian Escoffier and Costa Gladiatus, the New Zealand rider. So Bastian from France, living in Australia. Bastian rides really powerful and sends huge forwards. So this should be amazing. Bastian starts off the heat with a huge backflip. Typical Bastian. This guy is a big, strong competitor, and when he gets wind that he likes and Bastian is on, I have a feeling he can take out just about anybody. Some of his forwards are just insane. The guy rides so powerfully, it's incredible to watch. So keep your eye out there on Bastian. He's on the green and yellow board with the clear wing, and when he gets himself going and gets the right gust, here he goes. It looks like he's loading up out there. That clear wing here. 3, 2, 1, now. Come on, Bastian. Oh, he's really pumped. Look at all that speed. He's going about 30 kilometers right there. Boom, big forward. Oh, I'm just not sure if that's going to count on the landing. I don't think so. He did just munt that. That's what you call a true munt right there, where he sends a huge forward, but he just can't quite keep it together. So he might still get a score from the judges, but unfortunately it's not going to be the one he's looking for. So I'm looking for Costa out there. So it does look like that the round 12 or round 1 heat 12 winner is Vinnie Martins from Brazil. So he is moving on. Congratulations, Vinnie. Here we go with Bastian again. Looks like he's loading up. Both riders looking for a gust. This is going to be a great shot. Maybe we can get them to jump together. Oh, Bastian's about to send it. You can tell by his body language. There we go. Oh, both riders do pretty big threes. It looks like Bastian was able to land it. So, again, that's going to be a high-scoring move for him. 4 minutes to go in this round 1, heat 13. Well, the good news, everybody out there watching, tuning into our live stream, is that we are going to get this contest done. We got Bastian right now loading up. Look at him. He's got full power. He's about to send it. And this is really good because this is the first day the wind has truly showed up for us in New Zealand. So we're all excited to be able to run these events. And another big front. It just doesn't look like he got around enough. So that is not going to count for Bastian. Up next in round 1, heat 14, we got Clement Comas, who is a starboard rider from New Caledonia, versus Anthony Eppin, who's a young New Zealand ripper and rides for Armstrong. So that should be awesome. Like, I've seen this kid riding in the surf, and he just kills it. So I can't wait to see what he's got for us. I got it. So at the moment, it looks like Bastian's got a score of 11.4, which is pretty good. He pulled a super clean backflip really early on and landed a 6.4 on that. Then he's showing his front side 3, got a 5. So that was really clean. So what's happening is that the front side 3s are kind of scoring much lower than they used to, just say even after last year. It's become a trick that most riders can now do, and what we call that is filling your score sheet. So if 3 tricks count, you don't go out and just send your hardest trick first, because you never know what's going to happen. So Bastian's filling his score sheet, doing really clean 3s, so that scores for him. Then he went out and chucked that huge backflip, and he's had 2 crashes on both those front flips, the judges. So I'm looking for Costa Gladiatus showing 2 crashes and still do not have a score yet for him. So he's still out there trying to get his first trick landed. All right, we are in round 1, heat 13, and we are in the final 2 minutes of this round. Yellow flag will be coming up soon, telling the athletes that they have 1 minute left. So we are really making great progress getting through these elimination rounds. So this is good news for this event. What we're trying to do is get the women going after a few more round of men, and then we will go back to men. And I suspect we should be able to finish this today as long as the wind holds. Bastian still sitting at 11.4 versus Costa with still not having a landed trick count yet. Up next in round 1, heat 14, Clement Colmas versus Anthony Eppen. So that should be another good one. Clement is known as a super strong paddleboarder. I think he's considered one of the best in the world. He's a New Caledonia rider and is no stranger to foils and racing. So Clement should do really well out here in this wind. Bastian trying to go big again, but just can't quite stick the landing. So there's another crash for him. Now remember, these riders have 10 attempts. So sometimes riders do use all their attempts up. So what that means is that if they go out and just do trick, 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 crash, 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 that's it. Then they're done. So we don't see that very often, but it does happen. We're in the final 30 seconds of round 1, heat 12. Bastian in command of this one and looking like he's moving forward. All right, there's the red flag on round 1, heat 12. Bastian Escoffier moving forward on that one. A real solid performance by him. You know, he's one of our more powerful riders. It's really fun to watch him when he gets some wind. He really throws big forwards and goes for it. So up next, round 1, heat 13, heat 14, Clement Colmas versus Anthony Eppen. Here, let me grab Vinnie 1 second. Vinnie! I'm ready. Yep.
All right.
Right here, slide over towards me. Okay. I'm here at the GWA 2023 kickoff round in New Zealand, Mount Maunganui. I am here with Vinnie Martins from Brazil, who just went out and crushed it. How was your round, Vinnie? Hold it real close.
My round was really good. It's been a couple of days of waiting, but they haven't been bad at all because this place, man, is just amazing. Such a beautiful spot to be. And yeah, I had a hit against Tom, young talent here from New Zealand. It's so impressive to see like how these kids improve throughout the competition, you know. And I was looking his winging on the first days of the competition, and it was at one level, and right now just being around all these guys, even with not a lot of wind, they improved so much. So I'm super happy to make my round, and also super happy to be here at the Mount in New Zealand. Super special spot. Thanks a lot.
Vinnie, I'd like you to tell the people watching like what one of your kind of, I'm going to call it a claim to fame because I think it's pretty rad, but what were you doing in the big waves?
Oh yeah, man,
It's been my second season this year in Nazareth, pushing a little bit of foiling in the big waves. I think there is still a lot of improvement to be done, you know, but I'm super happy with how it has been, and it's one of my passions, definitely. Big cheers to everybody in Nazareth as well. I have so many good Portuguese friends there that helped me out since the first day that I said, okay, I want to do it with the foil, you know, so yeah, I'm super stoked about that.
Tell us, what was the biggest wave that you've gotten into in Nazare?
Man, I don't like to say the sizes of waves because they are really, it's a very polemic subject. But I think I got some waves that they were maybe 6 to 8 times bigger than myself. So I think this was, yeah, it was quite, and with the foil it's quite special. You have to be so focused, you know, like live really at the moment, you know, very concentrated, and it's almost like a meditation. So it's super nice.
All right, Vinnie from Brazil, is there anyone you want to thank?
Oh, I just want to thank, first of all, the organizers here in Tauranga, Mount Maunganui. It was such a beautiful spot. Thank you guys for bringing us here. And also the guys at New Pride, JP, for supporting my second athlete career. I started with stand-up paddling and then a little bit of big waving recently and wing foiling now. So let's see how far we can push. Thanks, guys, for the support. And yeah, cheers to everyone that is watching.
All right, man. Thank you, Vinnie. Vinnie's always got a giant smile. So cheers, bro. Congratulations on moving on.
Cheers. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, let me just pull up the scores. Give me 1 second. Yeah, okay. So here we are. We've got Heat 1, Round 14, Clement Colmas versus Anthony Eppen from New Zealand, the young Armstrong rider. So Clement is from New Caledonia, and he is on the purple wing out there. Anthony is on the black and white signature brand new Armstrong wing, which all those riders are super excited about. So let's see what these guys have got. 5 minutes left in this round. Oh, Clement goes down, looks like he's trying to do a big 3 and just can't quite stick the landing. He goes down, which will be no score. So this really leaves the door open for the young New Zealand rider, Anthony. So neither one of these riders have a score yet, and we are already almost 3 minutes into this. So let's see what Anthony can do. Here he goes, a big 3. Oh, he looks like he was going for a 7 and just couldn't quite get it done. So these heats get interesting as the clock does tick down and there's no scores on the board yet. It's really funny because it can be anyone's game at this point. I mean, a trick as simple as a Rayleigh might win this one. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. Is he from New Zealand or Australia?
This guy is from Australia. He's Australian.
It says New Zealand, right?
Yeah, but he's Australian.
You know, I want to correct. Anthony Eppen is from Australia. It's my apologies. I've been saying he's from New Zealand. So Anthony, one of the Australian riders that came over, absolutely shredding prone foiling. Like it's been a treat to see some of these young kids that have grown up on prone foiling, and they're just so good at it, linking wave after wave after wave. Pretty impressive young man from Australia. So again, I'm showing this is still 0-0 according to my results with less than 4 minutes left. So we'll see which rider can land something. Anthony, big Rayleigh, lands it pretty clean. So, and Clement goes down again. So right now, Anthony is going to have the only score on the board. We're still waiting for the judges to score that Rayleigh, but you just never know what's happened. So with literally under 3 minutes now to go, the young Australian rider, Anthony Eppen, in the lead as far as I can tell. Oh, and he does a little tweaked out Rayleigh and lands again, which is going to be another scoring trick. Clement looking like he still is trying to water start, still has plenty of time. Here goes Anthony. Clement as well, both riding. Hopefully we'll see our first score from Clement from New Caledonia. Anthony looks like he loads up, does a big three, but can't land it. That leaves the door definitely open for Clement. If Clement can land a simple three, he's going to take this one. Clement loading up. We are literally down to less than a minute and a half here. Come on, Clement, let's see what you got.
Could I check the scoring one moment?
I'm working.
Okay.
You won.
Huh?
You won. Well, at this point, okay, I am showing Anthony Eppen from Australia up with a score of 1.27. Clement, give us a trick. So right now, Clement probably doesn't realize that he doesn't have a score on the board yet. So he just tried to throw a huge forward, and that's going to be really questionable with the judges if he water started out of that. I'm going to have to wait and see on that one. So right now, the young Australian ripper for Armstrong appears to be in the lead with a Rayleigh. And and Anthony goes down trying the three. We're down to 42 seconds, so I just don't think Clement knows that he doesn't have a score yet. Clement on looks like what will be his last attempt. Come on. Oh, Clement. Oh, and he just goes down. That's a heartbreaker. I just don't know if he's scoring or not. And that's the end of it. I don't think Clement is getting a score on that. Now, again, we're going to have to wait and see what the judges say, but the red flag is up. That heat is over. And so far, the only score I am seeing is from the young Australian Anthony Eppen, the Armstrong rider, with a Rayleigh and a 1.27. All right, we are at GWA Day 5 in Mount Maunganui, and boy, we just had an absolutely wild heat between Clement Colmas from New Caledonia and Anthony Eppen. I'm not sure on the scoring, but I'm pretty sure that the young Australian Armstrong rider pulled off an upset against the veteran Clement Colmas. He scored a 1.27 according to my phone for a simple Rayleigh as his only landed trick. Clement tried two forwards, but the landings were questionable. We just don't know if the judges gave those to him. He did water start away from him, but they may have been counted as a crash. So I'm not going to call this one. I want to know what they're saying on that one. So we're going to hold off on the results on that one and see what they say. So I think the young Australian pulled that one off. But again, we're going to have to find out.
I gotta grab my impact then. You need it? It's necessary now. I don't know what it's gonna do.
No, he's got to buy. He doesn't. So we're going to... I'll open it. Thanks, man. Yeah, hold on. All right, I'm ready. All right, we are in round one, heat 16, the final heat of this round versus Max Robertson, the Canadian slingshot rider, versus Cash Barzola, the Team Armstrong guy. This Cash kid, this is his first GWA, but he has been on fire. He scored almost a perfect 10 yesterday in the toe-in surf contest, which was amazing. But he also had an absolutely insane seed round where he scored the second highest seed out of everyone on the tour. So Cash really coming in with some momentum. Let's see what he can do against the veteran Max Robertson from Canada. That's insane. He won with a 1.27. Yeah. Okay, so this round is actually live. Okay, so we got Cash out there. Oh, Cash loads up and sends a big rally. Cash is a really powerful rider from Maui. So for those of you that have never gotten to ride Maui, Maui just nukes. 30 knots is pretty normal for a Kanaha day, and that's where all these young guys jump higher than the palm trees. It's amazing. You'll just be riding along, windsurfing, cutting, doing your thing, and Cash and his crew of Maui riders is above the palm trees, literally. So Cash is a really strong rider, and he's looking good right now. Max is, I don't see a score yet from Max, so here comes Cash back. He's going to load up. He jumps coming this direction, so this will be good for the judges to see. Cash with a nice backflip, looking solid. So we are about 3 minutes into this final round, or final heat in this first round. Cash absolutely giving it to the veteran Canadian, Max Robertson. We'll see what Max has for us. He's riding out toe side. Cash coming in looking like he's going to throw a pretty big trick here. Pretty big forward. Unfortunately, he does go down. Yeah, Cash looking like he's at a 13.5 and Max is at a 3.53. Max looking like he's loading up for a trick. Let's see what the slingshot rider from Toronto can do. Oh, Max throws a big backflip and rides away from that. That's going to be a good score for him. Nice job, Max Robertson. Wow, the wind is definitely picking up here in New Zealand, so this should be really good for these athletes. Cash coming in looking pretty powered. Oh, he tries for another huge forward, and oh, Cash looking good. Big forward. Oh, Max with a pretty clean 3. That's going to be a good scoring trick for him. Here comes Cash looking like he's loading up for another big trick. Let's see what he's got. Looks like he might have just been shaking off some seaweed on that one. A lot of seaweed out there for these riders. So what they're doing is they're just doing these little wiggle jumps, trying to get the seaweed off there. It usually hooks up on the rear tail and it causes all kinds of havoc. Max looking like he's doing a little toe side trick out there, adding to his score sheet. Looks like we're in the final minute and a half of this round. Let's see what these athletes can do. Looking like Cash has a 19.3, which is huge. And he's going for a 720, but oh, he just can't get it together on that one. Cash so far with a 19.3, which is huge. And he almost landed that 720. Yeah, Cash, this.
What do you need?
I gotta go get Chris. I don't even think he. I thought the girls were next.
No, but I told him.
Is he?
Yeah, I told him.
Where?
But it's still like 5.
Chris is in the last heat. Still 8 heats.
There he is there.
8?
Now it's the first heat of the second round and he's in the last one.
So 1, 2, 3.
7 times 9.
1 hour.
Oh, I'm looking at the quarters. Sorry.
Nice. You good, bro?
I'm not stoked that we're.
That was insane by
Whoa.
Cash.
Nice seating, huh? How did that work? Fucking bullshit.
Well, technically it sounds logical because you should burst the lowest, and then you should burst the second lowest. Like how it's technically not, but it's not in the overall team.
It's not. It's
Yeah,
not
it's
right.
not unranked. When it's unranked,
Here we are at GWA Day 5. We are already on to round 2 of the men. The wind is cooperating, and we are grinding through this. Right now, we have Camille Bowien versus Lilian Juppet on the gong wing. Lilian's one of our riders that unfortunately hurt himself surf foiling a few days ago and had to get stitches in his chin. So he's really shown his true character out there, not afraid to go in the water with those stitches, and we'll see what he's got. Lilian looks like he's going to load up here on a windy zone, and I've been watching him throw big forwards lately, so I'm sure that's what he's about to try. Here we go. Oh, huge front forward by Camille. That's going to be really high scoring. That's a great trick. Oh, this is a tight one. So far, we got Lilian with a 15.86 versus Camille with a 15.3. Oh, that's real close. But Camille just jumped in front with an 18.4 on that last big front flip. So we'll see if Lilian can respond. 1:20 left on this one. Oh, Camille with a big 7, and he does just manage to ride out of it. I think the judges will score that. Let's see what Lilian has for us. He's coming back in. It definitely seems like the athletes are favoring this point up here with the wind conditions looking strongest right there. Oh, red flag is up, so that looks like it's the end. Lilian just throws a big back loop at the end, but does not land it, so that is not going to count. Looks like Camille is advancing past Lilian with a 20.9, which is the high score of the contest so far. So Camille coming out strong in that round with a huge front flip, big 720, which he landed. He's looking real good. No, who's on next? Got it. All right, we just ran. It was a close one. Camille came out swinging and scored the highest total of the round with a 20-plus points. He had a huge 720, a giant front flip, and a back flip as well. So that was a great round for Camille, who the RRD rider from France, advancing to the next round, to the quarters. Up next in round 2, heat 2, it is... Sorry, who do we have? Round 2? Malo versus... Right, round 2, heat 2 is Malo, our current 2022 world champion gong rider, versus the local New Zealand rider, Axis sponsor Jeremiah McDonald. So Jeremiah's going to have his hands full with this. The wind is picking up. Jeremiah throws a big 3 to start, but he's going to have to do better than that if he wants to unseat the champ. Malo, who is an incredibly strong rider, especially in good wind like this, we're going to see a lot from the gong rider. So the green and blue wing out there, here he comes coming on in. That's a new color scheme for gong. Malo looking like he's going to do his trick right. Oh, nice, clean backflip. Doesn't quite get the perfect landing he wanted, but he does foil away out of it. Yeah, gong is a brand out of France. His dad owns it. So looks like Malo is out front so far in this one with a 6.5 against the local New Zealand hero, Jeremiah McDonald. So we'll see what Jeremiah can do. I know Jeremiah has an injured foot, which is a challenge for him for sure. So I believe he has a fracture or a break in his foot. So every time he jumps, it's incredibly painful. Malo with a huge front flip and lands quite well. That's going to be another high-scoring trick. Looks like Malo is now out front with a 13.9 against Jeremiah. So Jeremiah definitely has some work to do. It's not out of the question yet, but unseating the champ is going to be challenging. Malo looking like he's loading up. Oh, nice 720, and he does land it. That's going to be high scoring.
What's the current score now?
So it looks currently Malo with a 13.9 and Jeremiah with a 9. So Malo is out ahead of the local New Zealand Access rider, Jeremiah McDonald. We'll see what he can do in this final 4 minutes. Oh, Jeremiah goes down on a backside 3. Unfortunately, is not able to ride away from that. Looks like Jeremiah just landed a nice 3 right there. That's going to be a good scoring trick for him. We'll see what Malo has in store. They still have about 3 minutes left to go in this round 2, heat 2. Wind is definitely on in New Zealand, which the riders are stoked on. It looks like at least 20 knots to me from the beach here. Definitely what we're looking for to get this GWA event done. So we're really grateful for the wind gods to come through for us. Oh, Jeremiah landing. Oh, he can't quite land that 540. He may water start out of that. I'm sure that's hurting his foot right now, but I know he's trying to put on a show for all his friends and family, being the local boy in this first round of the GWA Kickoff 2023. So Malo is looking really in command right here with a 17.9. He just does a real clean 3. He's out there on cruise mode right now. This is a pretty good round for the champ.
Yeah, those aren't going to work.
Hey, I got to step away for a second. Will you mute? We are at the GWA 2023 kickoff round in New Zealand. Malo, the champion from 2022, just wrapped up with a real strong showing of 18 plus points. Unfortunately, the local rider Jeremiah McDonald not able to advance against the champ. Okay, I'm ready. Our next round is against Julien Bowien and Titouan Gailea, the new Cabrina rider. Bowien rides for RRD, and this should be a really good heat. I know Titouan has been getting used to his new gear, so he's going to try and go out and shred against the Bowien brother. So we'll see who wins this one, but this is going to be a heat to watch for sure. That was the start of it? Okay, I'll go on the mic now. Here goes Titouan loading up. He's looking like he's pretty powered. Oh, nice backflip from Titouan to start. Nice backflip from Bowien, so trick for trick. Those look pretty similar too, so I think those are going to be scored pretty equally. So this is still anyone's heat. Hey, I'm going to step away and pump a wing real quick. All right. We are tuning back into the Bowien Galea battle we have going on here. Currently, I'm showing Titouan up 16.1 to 10.47 with less than a minute left. So we'll see if Julien has anything for the three-time world champion, Titouan Galea. Up next, we've got Hugo Wigglesworth from New Zealand up against Alain Fadit from Germany, the AFS rider. So this should be a good round. Alain Fadit has really been pushing the sport and landed our first backflip to 180 in the seed contest. So we're going to see how that looks for Alain with some good wind. So there's the horn, and it looks like Titouan will move forward. He goes up and tries a big three and lands that right at the horn. So here we are at GWA Kickoff New Zealand, first stop of the World Tour. Well, I'll tell you what, on day 5, we're finally getting the proper win for these athletes to showcase what they can do. We just saw Titouan Galea, the New Caledonia Cabrina rider, go up and rip against Julien Bowien, the Frenchman RRD rider. They both put on quite a show, but Titouan does end up advancing past Julien Bowien. Coming up in the next round is Alain Fadit from Germany, the AFS rider who has really been showing some innovative new tricks. I'm hoping to see his backflip to 180. We did see it for the first time in competition in the seed round, and it was pretty awesome. He is going up against the local rider, Hugo Wigglesworth. So we'll see what the local has for Alain. Alain from Germany is a strong veteran tour rider, but you never know what you're going to get from these local guys. We've already had strong showings from Cash Berzola from Maui, who's a first-time GWA Armstrong rider, and he shredded. So we'll see how it goes from here, but Alain Fadit versus Hugo Wigglesworth coming up next. So Alain Fadit striking early with a 7.1 already. So, and there he goes with a nice 540 transition. That's going to be another high score. So Alain already well in the driver's seat in this one. Let's see what Hugo has for us. He looks like he's loading up. Hugo looks like he has a nice clean landing on that, so that'll be a scoring trick for him. Yeah, that's Alain. Yeah, Alain's got game. Oh, Alain with, I'm not even sure what you would call that trick. I'm going to have to talk to him after this heat, but he just can't quite land it. Hugo does pull off a trick and manage to land. I don't have the proper scores in front of me, but I think Alain is pretty in control of this. Yeah, 11.4 for Alain. So Hugo's still waiting for his first trick. Alain, oh, it looks like he crashes on that front flip 180. I don't think that's going to score, unfortunately. 10 attempts, 3 tricks. Yeah. Top 3 scores. Yeah, no, they're done. Yeah, me too, but like I said, I'm not happy with the seating. Let's see what Hugo's got for us. He's coming in on the inside where it looks plenty windy. Hugo on the light colored blue wing. Looks like he's heading out right behind the jet ski. Both riders looking for a little more wind. We have had a tiny bit of cloud cover come in, and it looks like it might have dropped a tiny bit. Here goes Hugo looking powered up. Looks like he tries a handle pass, and so that might score. I'm just not sure what the judges are going to say about that. Here comes Alan looking powered up. Oh, looks like he was going for a big back loop on that, but that's going to count as a crash. Little over 3 minutes remaining in this round 4, or round 2, heat 4, excuse me. Yeah, it's Hugo's in the blue, looking loaded up right here, about to go. Hugo Wigglesworth, oh, boom, he does a nice clean 3, and he does ride out of it, so that is going to be a scoring trick for the local Hugo Wigglesworth. Here comes Alon on the other side, the red and white AFS wing. Oh, and that's another innovative trick. I'm not even sure what you call that, but it was really clean. Alon with an 11 plus, and Hugo with a 2.6 right now. Looking like just under 2.5 minutes in the heat. Hugo just landed a nice 3 on that one, pretty clean, and he is foiling away from it. So that's going to be a good scoring trick for him. Here comes Alon looking powered up. Does a nice big backflip. That's going to be a high scoring trick for the German, Alon. Just over 1:40 remaining. Let's see what these two riders can do. Again, it does look like it's backed off maybe a tiny bit. Alon with another high scoring, kind of almost like a back loop to a 3. It was pretty clean looking. What's Alon's scores now? Oh, a big, looks like that was a 720 by Alon. He just couldn't quite get the board under him, and unfortunately does not land that. We're in the final minute of this round. Looks like Wigglesworth lands another one. That should be adding to his score total. Just under 20 seconds to go. Oh, Alon goes down again. Well, it looks like just in the final 10 seconds. Oh, there's Hugo with, oh, another big crash. So I don't think Hugo is going to be able to catch Alon on this one. It looks like Alain Fedit, the AFS rider, is going to advance. Alain with a final score of 11.4. No idea. Yep. So we just wrapped up that round 2 heat versus Alain Fedit, the AFS rider, versus Hugo Wigglesworth. That was a good heat. Alain is definitely advancing out of that with an 11 plus on his score. He was trying some really innovative moves. So when Alain lands some of those new tricks, it's going to be really interesting to see what the judges do on that. Coming up for the next round, we have Oscar Leclerc, the Frenchman, versus Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian rider on the RRD. This should be a great heat. Looking forward to this one. Try and grab along when he's up. All right, it looks like that is the start for Francesco and Oscar out there. We'll see which one of these riders can get on the board first. Check the what? Something with the scoring system. Okay, so what we're doing right now, we have the AP flag up. We're going to check out some technical scoring stuff for the judges to make sure they get everything correct. So the AP flag is in the sky right now. So that basically means we're on hold until they can get their scoring sorted. Round of the GWA 2023 kickoff in New Zealand. We are in Pilot Bay right below Mount Maunganui, and this is awesome conditions. We got Francesco Capuzzo versus Oscar Leclerc. Francesco just landed a super clean backflip. We got the winds. We are probably between 18 and 22 knots from what I can tell from the beach, which is perfect for these riders. We're on day 5. We have had some lulls in the wind the past few days, but it looks like this is what we have been looking for. New Zealand is producing. So here we are with Oscar Leclerc. Francesco Capuzzo lands a nice clean 540. Let's see what Oscar's got for us. Francesco throws down a clean 3. Unfortunately, Oscar goes down. So Francesco with 3 scores on the board already and looking strong. Oscar still looking for his first trick. This is round 2, heat 5, correct? Got it. Oh, it looks like Francesco just tried a big 720. Unfortunately, not able to get the board back underneath him, but a big effort from the Italian RRD rider. Francesco with a 16.1, Oscar with a 4.27, but Oscar does have only 1 trick scoring so far, so there's still room for the French rider to come back in this one and make it a little bit closer. So it looks like Francesco's high score so far is a 6.53 on his backflip, then a toe side 540 of 4.8, and a front side 3 at a 4.7. So I suspect we're going to see a big forward out of the Italian as well as a potential 720. Those are 2 of his big tricks. Here comes Oscar loading up. Let's see what he's got for us. He's waiting for a little gust. Oh, and Oscar just does go down on that 3. He just can't seem to keep together for that landing, so that is another crash for him. Here comes Francesco looking powered up. Big jump with a clean 3, and he does water start out of that. So that will count, but the judges are going to deduct points for water starting like that. So we are on day 5 in New Zealand, and we finally have some strong wind. We do have some clouds moving in overhead, which seem to have dropped it just enough, but it's still enough for these athletes. They're still able to go out and perform their biggest tricks. Just over 3 minutes left in this round 2, heat 5. Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian RRD rider, versus Oscar Leclerc. Here goes Francesco, looking pretty powered up on the outside. See what he's got for us. Waiting for a little gust. There he goes with the handle pass, but he does water start out of it, so that will probably score. But again, it's not what he wants. The riders want to be able to foil out of it a little bit cleaner than that last trick for a higher score. Here comes Oscar Leclerc from France. Let's see what he's got for us. Looking at about 2 minutes left in this round 2, heat 5. Francesco looking for a gust. Building speed. He's about to send it right here, the Italian rider on the white wing. Oh, and he just goes down on that 3, as well as Oscar going down. So these guys are struggling a little bit out there. The wind might have dropped a bit more than we can tell from shore, so I think these guys are having a little harder time landing these tricks. 1 minute to go. 1 minute.
What do you have for score so far?
So Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian RRD rider, coming in with a 16 on his score sheet and pretty in command of this one. Oscar has just about under a minute left to go, but looks like Francesco Capuzzo is going to be moving through. And Leclerc goes down again. And that's it for round 2, heat 5. Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian RRD rider, advancing versus Oscar Leclerc. All right, so that was round 2, heat 5 from New Zealand. We got that done between Francesco Capuzzo and Oscar Leclerc. Francesco was able to land some big tricks, and he is advancing on to the next round with a 16 plus on his scorecard. Next up, we have the Cabrina riser Encore Souza from Fuerteventura. He's going up against Vinnie Martins, the Neil Pride rider, the gentleman who just told us his story about winging Nazare. So this should be a great heat. Encore, at 15 years old, is already a tour veteran. So I'm excited to see what this kid can do. I've seen him compete in multiple GWA events and do quite well. Vinnie is the seasoned waterman, started his career as a paddleboarder. Now he's riding big waves and doing GWA freestyle contests. So we'll see what we have in store for us. There's the horn, so that is the start of round 2, heat number 6. Encore Souza, the Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, versus Vinnie Martins, the Neil Pride rider from Brazil. We'll see what these guys got. Vinnie looks up, does a big 3, but unfortunately Vinnie goes down. Encore loading up on the outside. He's regular foot, so there he goes with a big forward, and he rides out of it. There's a great first score for the 15-year-old from Fuerteventura. So Encore Souza not wasting any time. The young 15-year-old going out and throwing a huge forward on his first trick. That puts a lot of pressure on the veteran Vinnie. We'll see if he can respond. Encore starts off with a huge front flip and scores a 7.5 from the judges. That's a high-scoring trick for the young 15-year-old from Fuerteventura. Great first score. Let's see if he can improve on that. I suspect next we'll probably see a big 720 or just a backflip out of Encore. Both tricks that he's totally capable of doing. Oh, there's a backflip from Encore, but unfortunately he cannot keep his board on, so that is going to count as a crash. So we'll see what the Brazilian Vinnie has for him. Maybe he can catch up with that 7.5 front flip.
What are the scores for Encore?
So at the moment, it looks like Encore is ahead with a 7.5 to a Vinnie's 3.8. So we'll see if the Brazilian Vinnie can improve on that 3.5. Looks like Encore's loading up for a jump right here. The red Cabrina wing, here he goes. Oh, the backflip, he just can't quite land it. Oh, he almost had that, and it looked like he just barely dragged his wingtip in the water. So, tough break for Encore. Encore sitting on a score of 12 versus the Brazilian Vinnie at 5. So Encore in control of this one. Again, it does look like we've got the clouds above the area where the riders are. So that probably is knocking our wind down just a little bit. So that really does affect these guys a lot. When they lose 2 or 3 knots of breeze, what happens is it's much harder for them to get enough pop to do these big tricks. Vinnie, there he goes with a clean 3. And he foils right out of it, so that'll improve his score a bit. Well, I'm curious to see what the judges thought of that. Encore currently in front with an 18.6, and Vinnie is pretty far out of this one. I'd like to see him land a big 7 or potentially a front flip. There's Encore with just a real clean 3 out there. Let's see if Vinnie can catch up. Let's see, on time, we're about just under a minute and a half to go. Round 2, heat 6 in the water. Encore versus Vinnie. Oh, Vinnie tries a big backflip and just can't quite pull it off, but that's a great effort for the judges.
Who's up next?
Looks like Encore's loading up, going for one more big trick. He's got tons of speed. Oh, and he just goes for the forward and pulls back at the last second, right at the horn. So that happens sometimes when the riders really, they're going to go for a giant forward like that. And when they get in there, they go, you know what, I think I'm going to pull that back into just a railie. So that's a good win for Encore. He's moving on to the corners past Vinnie from Brazil. The Neil Pride rider sadly does not advance.
Copy.
Welcome back to day 5 of the Wingfoil World Tour in New Zealand. We just saw Encore Souza, the young 15-year-old from Forteventura Cabrina rider, just took down Vinnie, the veteran from Brazil and Neil Pride rider. Encore with a very great score of 18 plus. He looks really solid moving on to the next round. Next round up is round 2, heat number 7. Bastian Escoffier, the French rider, going up against the Australian rider Anthony Eppen. He is one of the Armstrong riders out here, so this should be a good one to watch. Bastian's a real powerful rider and can send some huge jumps when he gets the right wind. Anthony had a great heat and got through with a railie earlier, so I'm excited to see what he can do on this one. So congratulations, Encore. Way to move through on that one.
Shut my mic off. All right, I'm back.
So we are back with Bastian Escoffier and Anthony Eppens. Anthony with the first score on the board with a 1. Sounds like that's a railie like his first time. So Anthony advanced through with literally a railie last time against Clement. So that was one of our more interesting heats. So there goes Bastian. He does land that 3. So if the judges count that, that's going to be a high score for him right there. Here comes Anthony coming in, the Australian Armstrong rider. So Bastian in the lead now with a 6.8 against Anthony. So Anthony's going to have to pull something out of the trick bag, and we'll see what he's got. Bastian now with a 9.4, so he is in command of this round 2, heat number 7. Bastian looking like he's loading up. We'll see what he's got. I think we're going to see a big front flip here. Nope, he just goes with a clean 3. But again, fill the score sheet. That's what these riders know how to do. Then on the future attempts, you get 10 in total. He'll try something harder. Bastian sitting on 11 right now and looking pretty in control. Three minutes and 30 seconds to go. Round 2, heat number 7. Bastian versus Anthony. Bastian with an 11, Anthony with a 1.67. Oh, Bastian with a big front, but he unfortunately cannot land it. Here goes Bastian looking like he's trying to load up. The wind has definitely dropped for these competitors. Oh, and he just decides to do a simple Rayleigh, filling that score sheet. 1 minute to go. Round 2, heat number 7. Bastian sitting at a 12.4, so Bastian looking like he's moving on to the next round. This is going to be a good result for the Frenchman. 40 seconds to go.
I think I can do it. Yeah. Yep.
All right, we're here at the GWA Day 5. We just wrapped up round 2, heat number 7, Bastian Escoffier versus Anthony Everetts, the Australian Armstrong rider. Bastian moving forward with a couple big moves. He scored in the 12s, which is a great score for him, so the Frenchman is moving on. Next up, we have a fantastic round. Round 2, heat number 8, Cash Barzoli, the rookie from Maui, who's been shredding this whole time, versus Christopher McDonald, the F1 rider from Hood River. So this should be a really good heat. We'll see what these guys can do. The wind's filling in. This is the perfect day, and we're going to see a battle of these youngsters right here. Cash and Christopher, both 16 years old, so this should be fantastic. We can do a little Maui versus Hood River. We'll see what we got. All right, there's the start of that. The horn just went off. Christopher McDonald coming in, loading up. He's going to do a trick right on the point here where there's the most wind. Does a nice backflip, super clean, high trick. Here comes Cash. Let's see if Cash is going to respond. This is going to be one of those things where both riders, I think, just go toe-to-toe. Cash loading up. Oh, and he does a nice backflip as well. But oh, and he goes down, unfortunately. Chris McDonald sitting with a 6.7 so far. Unfortunately, Cash crashed on that first attempt. Christopher coming out the backside on the orange F1 wing. He's riding a 3.5 right now. This is one of the wings that these kids love. The smaller stuff, they can spin way better. Christopher loading up. He's about to send it. Huge forward. Oh, man, that's a sick one. All right, Cash going out the outside. Let's see how he responds. Both riders coming in. Let's see if what they can do here. Christopher loading up. Huge 720, rides out of it. Cash with a big 3 on the outside. Yeah, every once in a while the seating works where you get 2 of these riders in the early rounds that are going so hard. So this is what almost we'd call like a mini final here. Cash is riding incredible from Maui. He had the almost perfect score on the tow foil yesterday. Just amazing. So this kid has a really bright future, and we would love to see the Armstrong rider on more of the GWA tour. Cash coming in, looking like he's got a good section, loads up for a big backflip, but oh, just unfortunately can't keep it together on that. Christopher coming in on the orange F1. He's riding a 3.5 right now, 42-liter Rocket S. Let's see what he's got. Another big backflip to plane out of it. The young rider from Hood River, Chris McDonald, throwing down the gauntlet right here with a 23, the high score so far that we've seen. Cash on the outside, looking to get a score on the board. You know, being a rookie in the GWA, there's a lot of pressure on these riders, and I've been so impressed with Cash so far. Man, he has been sending it. So this kid is definitely someone to watch for in the future. We're stoked to have him here. We're stoked to have all the Armstrong guys. So let's see what you got, Cash. Let's throw down. Here comes Christopher loading up again. He's in a bit of a lull, so what these riders do is they wait until they feel a gust, and then he's going to come in and try and send it. I don't know what we're going to see out of him. He's got 3 big tricks on the board, but we'll see what we got. Oh, another huge 720, perfect landing. Yep, that's what it's all about right there. The kid's feeling on right now. You know, every once in a while they get in a groove. Here comes Cash. Let's see what he's got. Cash just trying to get that backflip done right now. I understand how he feels. He's got a lot of pressure riding on his shoulders, and unfortunately, he won the second round of the seed and was second overall, but the way that the rules work, that puts these two riders against each other really early on, which is a bummer, but, it's the way it goes. You know what they say, iron sharpens iron. All right, let's see what Cash has. Christopher in control of this one. Right now, these guys are buddies out there just riding around. I mean, I know Cash just wants to get his tricks on the board right now, and he'll do it, and he'll gain experience and kind of understand how these contests work more and more. Christopher tacking out the backside, out kind of cruising around. Right now, I know he's riding on his favorite kit. He's got his 3.5 and feels really comfortable. He's riding the new skate wing from F1, which he just loves, so he's kind of in his groove right now. Here comes Christopher loading up again. Let's see what he's got for us. He might even try and throw a 1080 here. Just another big forward. He probably does about 25 of those a day when he's out training, so he's got those on lock. Let's see what Cash has. I'd like to see the Maui rider show us some of his moves right now. I've been so impressed with him. I've said it before, but Cash is a true waterman. There he goes. He stuck that backflip. Way to go. Stoked for you, Cash. So for you spectators at home, both of these riders are 16 years old, and they are at the top of the wingfoil ladder in the United States for sure. Cash out of Maui just sends it. Maui, they're really used to really high winds. Here goes Christopher loading up. Let's see what he's got. He's doing another 720, 3 in a row. Not bad, kid. Here comes Cash. Let's see it, Cash. I think we're going to see a giant 720. Oh, a huge forward. Oh, and he just got a little bit off axis on his rotation, but he does water start out of that. So I'm impressed with this kid. He's bringing it to the table here. He's not leaving anything out there. So this Armstrong rider, I'm sure his boss, Army, is quite impressed with Cash. So we're going to see great things from these two riders from Hawaii. We've got Mateo L., the kid from Kauai, who unfortunately had to go up against the champion Malo yesterday. And boy, it was much closer than we expected out of Mateo. So I think the GWA has a bright future out of these young riders from Hawaii. All right, we are here at day number 5, round 2, heat number 8. I have to say I had some butterflies in my stomach on that one. For you viewers at home, that is my son, Christopher McDonald, on the orange F1 wing. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to keep it together and commentate, but he does end up advancing against the young rookie, Cash Barzola. The Armstrong rider from Maui has had such a great showing in New Zealand so far. Everybody was extremely impressed with Cash, who came out and was seated second. He was one of the last rounds to go at the end of the day as a rookie unseated rider and ended up bumping Alain Fedit, the Frenchman, out of second place. Unfortunately, that put Cash in the position to have to go up against Christopher in this early round. So, sadly, Cash Barzola, the Armstrong rider from Maui, is out. Christopher McDonald advancing, but we're super stoked for Cash and the Armstrong team. Like, the kid has an amazing future, and I'm really, really fired up to get him on tour with us. Currently, Christopher is the only American on tour, and we'd love to have Cash join us. So that's a call to you, Army. All right. Or we may be going to... Here, will you cut out my microphone? All right, GWA Wingfoil World 2, Round 1, New Zealand, Mount Maunganui. We are just starting the women. We've got Bo, the North rider from the Netherlands, versus Orane, the New Cal rider for starboard. Let's see what these ladies got. The wind has filled in. We are absolutely firing through these rounds. We are on to the quarterfinals for men. We are not messing around. This is our one real strong day of wind, so we are going to get this thing done. As you can see, the gusts are starting to come in, and it's getting even stronger. Bowien just doing a little handle pass 3 there. That's a scoring trick for her. Bowien on the red north wing, Orane on the starboard gear, orange and blue. Let's see what she's got. Orane with the little 3, and she does ride out of it. So that is going to be a scoring trick for Orane. So far, Bo with the only score on the table of an 11.7. It looks like she might be giving us something here. Bo from the Netherlands is nice, really clean 540 out of Bo. 540 toe side. That was really nice transitions going this direction. So that's going to be another high score for Bo. Unfortunately, Bo was fairly absent in 2022 after becoming world freestyle champion GWA in 2021. Bowien suffered a shoulder injury training and had surgery and has been out almost a full year. So I talked to her earlier in the week, and she said her shoulder's feeling 99%, and she is just so excited to be back on the tour. So Bo off to a great start. We're still looking for a score from Orane, the New Cal rider. Bo tacking around, looking for some wind.
You ready for an interview? Not yet. My son's being shy.
Bo with a nice 3 and pulls it off, so she's going to ride out of that. That's going to be a scoring trick. Orane looks like she's on the outside trying to get back up on foil. Orane from New Cal is one of the nicer riders. She actually, fun fact, is an ex-gymnast. So I am expecting Orane one of these days to really start throwing in all those gymnastic routines and start doing some huge front flips for us. So we'll see what we can get out of Orane today. Bo back on foil and looking like she's about to load up and do a move for us. I want to give a shout out to my Hood River friend Timma. She's a slingshot rider, and we miss you, Timma. We wish you were here competing with the girls. Another shout out to Paula, who is the world champion from 2022 on the women's side, and we can't wait to see you. Hopefully we're going to see you in Cabo Verde.
All right. I'm ready for an interview.
Hey. Look at the camera. I'm here at the GW Wingfoil World Tour, and coming off the water, Chris McDonald, how did your heat go?
It's pretty good. The wind kind of dropped right before we went out, but there's definitely still enough. I had a backflip, front flip, and a 720, so I'm happy.
Tell me what was going on at the point up there. It looked like that some of the riders were making what I'm going to call a game time decision. Tell us how that works.
Well, it was just like 3-5 weather, and then the wind dropped, so I just switched to a 4.
Yeah, so that's when these clouds kind of filled in overhead. All of a sudden, the wind gets a little shifty. So what the riders will do is they will have teammates or managers up on the point with bigger or even smaller wings in some cases, so they can always be on the right kit. Christopher, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
I just want to thank my sponsors and my family for getting me here.
So who are your sponsors?
F1 and Monero.
F1 and Monera, thank you very much. And who's your family?
You.
Me. Cheers. All right, we're looking at Bo out there on the red north. Let's see what she's got for us. Jono, can you find cash for me? And Army if you want.
Called me? Yeah.
Hey, I got Cash here, so I'm ready when you are. Here, come over here. You're gonna have 30 seconds till the round's over. All right, so we are looking about 30 seconds to go on this round one, heat one of the women. It looks like Bowen's in control of this one against Orane, so we'll see how this turns out. If maybe Orane can pull something out in the final seconds. Okay, they're coming to us. So I'm here at the GW Wingfoil World Tour Day 5, and I am here with what I'm going to name the breakout star of this first event in New Zealand. Cash Barzoli from Maui absolutely has been sending it. I'm so impressed at everything this kid's been able to do. He went bananas yesterday in the toe-in foil contest and had a wave that some Zane Schweitzer from Maui said was the best wave he'd ever seen. There was 3 huge tricks, a backflip, a 360, and a giant Rayleigh. So it was spectacular. Then Cash proceeded to throw down the second highest score in the seed round out of nowhere as a total rookie. So Cash, how did it go?
The past few days have been awesome. Super stoked to be here, and, I've been giving my all. Last heat didn't go the way I wanted to, but, I did my best, and it happens.
Cash, this same thing happened to Christopher and I when we went to Brazil. We went to Fortaleza a few years ago, and we were expecting high wind. I know you're a Maui guy, and you like it when it's, 25 to 30 plus. So in that heat, it had dropped, and I could tell that all of a sudden that was challenging for you. That's part of the GWA where you learn to ride in light wind. But I'm going to invite Army, his boss, to come over here, and I'd like him to interview his breakout rider. Army, why don't you come on in?
First of all, I'm sure Cash has a few more words to say. Let's hug him tight. First of all, the whole team and the GWA and Lawrence from Waterbourne, thanks so much for bringing the event to New Zealand. And it's so epic at the Mount. We've had action on the coast side, action on the harbour side, and today it's the harbour side, and it's really tricky conditions, which unfortunately Cash, got the blunt end on that heat because the wind's really shifty, really gusty, and it's kind of funneling around the Mount. Like I'm looking upwind at the course right now at the girls riding. They're trying to run a heat. The girls can't even get going. So Cash, earlier you landed a nice 720 and stuff in the early heat, but in that one you just couldn't quite get a landing. Like I'm looking at, I'd say that's Nia out there, more than likely just fully bogging down. She's a pro in light winds, so super hard. What was your mentality going into that heat?
I don't really know, but I was stoked to be here, and I went into it with the mindset of here to have fun and do my best. I was going against Chris, who is, if not the best.
He was ripping. I mean, congrats to you guys. Like that was actually I want to talk a little bit about that heat because that was a clinic in how to win a heat. So sorry, brah. It just was, and you were on the receiving end of that one.
Yeah, so anyway, Chris is one of the, if not the best riders here, and luck of the draw, I picked him, so it happens. But, you can make excuses on, the wind was horrible or, my gear wasn't right. But, in the end, it's all about skill, and you need to perform in whatever the conditions are going on out there. So, I did my best. Chris did better. We'll get him next time. Coming for him.
All right. I like it. Yeah, for sure. And congrats to you, man, because coming over here, it's a big call. It's really different conditions to what you normally ride in, but that's competition because the organizer got a lot of pressure. They've got to get the event through. Everyone's here. Everyone's excited. But, you know, wind, it's always really difficult. Some locations like Maui, yeah, you're more likely to get wind, Hood River. And here, we've got the best chance possible. But today, the forecast, you know, was supposed to be a little stronger. Right now, it should be 18 knots, and it was at times. But right now, the girls are even struggling to get on foil, you know, so it's tough. Like, here comes another gust. But basically, in that heat, Chris, I just want to talk a moment about that because, honestly, there's a couple of things happened. Like, there's a bit of compression. The Mount is one of the icons of New Zealand beach scene, and the wind always compresses around the mountain, right? Mountains kind of cause a pressure zone, and the wind's funneling around it. So close into shore, there's a little bit more pressure. And what Chris was doing was he was finding that energy to get speed, being in the right place to actually have enough power to execute his moves. That was really what he achieved. So two things. One, he found that energy and got speed so he could actually generate the power to land the move. But secondarily, he could see, whether his dad told him or not, I don't know, but maybe he just read it, there was pressure next to the mountain at the close buoy. And if you're closer to the judges, you're going to look like you're doing higher, and they just can't not but see you. But regardless of that, he also landed super clean on 3 of his big moves, which in that light wind, to be honest, I think he would have taken out anyone here with that performance in that heat. That was just, like I said, a clinic in how to win a heat.
Well, I just want to wrap it up with Cash and Army here that, you know, these young guys coming up, these first contests are not easy. You have to understand that on those light days when you guys would probably go surfing instead of going to Kanaha, now you're going to go train in light wind, right? That's exactly what happened to us. We were like, oh, it's going to be like 3-0 in Brazil, and it wasn't. It was like he'd never even ridden a 4-meter. So now you know you can go back home, you can train when it's light, you'll learn how to do your tricks in any conditions. Because one would think that kite and wing contests are in windy spots, but a lot of times this is the way it is, man. So anyways, just congratulations and wrapping up with Army and Cash here. Cash definitely with the breakout, you know, weekend here and just shredding. Like I said, we'd love to see you on the tour with us. We want to get more American riders. You and Chris are both 16. That could be super fun to travel together. And, you know, we're coming to Maui for Kite and Wing Fest, so now we have to come to your territory. So, cheers, boys.
Awesome. Just one quick thing, Chris.
Hold on, we're still here.
Yeah, the girls are you know, out there competing in their first heats, and the first heat that got underway was actually really exciting. There was good wind. This next heat, the first half of it, there was no wind, and the winds just kicked in, so it just should be getting exciting right now. I'm pretty sure that's Nia just doing a nice little bunny hop just to get something under her belt, because the first half of this heat, they couldn't even get going. Tatiana Grant, she's still trying to get going. She got caught on the inside with no wind. She's up and riding now, about to pop onto foil. And the F1 rider, you'd have to check. Okay, Chris is going to read out the scores in a second, but yeah, they're starting to get some moves, and there's a bit of a gust. I hope they got enough time in this heat to get a couple more moves. Over to you.
Thanks, Army. It looks like we got about 2 minutes left in this. Unfortunately, the cloud cover has gotten thicker, which does change the wind for sure. Nia up on foil. She is leading with an 8.87. Amy Bright, the local New Zealand ripper, she is showing a 3.33. And we're still waiting for Tatiana, hoping she can get up on foil.
She's on foil now. She's just about to ride into the competition box.
On the blue.
She's heading in now.
All right, Tatiana is one of my favorite riders from Oahu, and she is just a ripping young woman, absolutely shreds. Fun fact, she's an anesthesiologist in her real job, so she told me the other day I put people to sleep and wake them up. I mean, what an amazing young woman. A great ambassador and team rider for Army, so Tatiana, we're big fans. Tatiana, let's see what she can put on the board here.
Just got into the competition zone for the first time. Nice little Rayleigh. But she doesn't stick it. Yeah, she's probably feeling super nervous because she spent the first half of the heat sitting on her board with no wind on the inside. So now she just made the competition zone, went for a Rayleigh, fell off. So she's got, you know, a minute and a half, 2 moves. She's got to move quick. But out the back, Nia's coming into the zone with a nice bit of power on her duotone Fanatic rig. And let's see what Nia's got for us. Here she comes. Oh, nice little 360, 540. 540 jibe. I guess that's what you call that. I'm not really au fait with all of the technicals. I thought that was going to be a 360, but she spun it into a 540 jibe. A little bit bogged down, but seeing as the wind's light, the judges will score that for sure.
So we are in our last few seconds of round 1, heat 2 for the women. Just not quite enough for these ladies, unfortunately. It's pretty light. And Tatiana, another rider from Hawaii, where normally it's really windy, they just don't get the opportunity to ride in these light winds. So
They go surfing when it's like this, man.
all right, we are wrapping up round 1, heat 2 of the women. The wind is definitely getting fluky. Like, we're just getting a gust right now, but the lulls are really probably less than 10 knots. So we had Nia Suarez from Tarifa, the duotone rider. She is going to advance through. Amy, the local New Zealand rider, putting up a great showing. And our favorite anesthesiologist, Armstrong rider Tatiana. She gave it her best, but the wind just was really not cooperating. So signing off from you guys. All right, we are back at New Zealand GWA Round 1, men's quarterfinal. We are pushing to get this thing done. No rest. We have Malo Ginobili, the current 2022 world champion, versus Camille Bowien. This is going to be a dogfight. These guys did not want to see each other in the quarterfinals. This is going to be a good one. It looks like the wind is actually back on. These clouds have been playing a bit of havoc. The women did not get the best conditions, but Nia Suarez looking like she is going to advance through. Interview with Nia. Nia, when you're done, come over here. Malo versus Camille. Malo was world champion last year, and Camille came into Brazil and ended up 3rd, so he was on the podium. So I'm sure Camille would like to upset the champ in this round. They're both loading up, both regular foot riders, so they're going to... Oh, we might even get a tandem jump here. Here goes Malo. He's got a nice gust. Camille with a backflip. Malo with a backflip. Malo just a little bit higher and does plane away. If I was scoring that, Malo would be ahead by just a bit. So we just got back in the windy zone, folks. It's hard to say. There's still clouds, but all of a sudden we're getting some gusts. So these two riders are looking powered. Looks like Camille just does a little 540. I don't think that's going to be enough against Malo in the long run, but he does load up his score sheet. Malo coming this way. I expect a big front flip out of this French rider right now. Malo rides for gong and sends it. Here he goes. Here comes the front. Oh, that was fantastic. Wow, that's not the best landing. Actually, from either rider. That's going to be tough for the judges to score. So Camille is going to be winning this simply because he does have that 540, which is traditionally a low-scoring trick for these guys, but he does have his 3 tricks so far. So we'll see what we get out of Malo. I'm expecting, we've seen a backflip and a front flip. I think it's time for the 720 to come from the French gong rider. Malo tacks first and heads in. Camille gives him a little room on the outside. These guys are both veterans, and they know it's not good to be jumping at the same time, so they'll try and space out a little bit from each other. That way the judges can concentrate. Oh, there's a big 7. Not the best landing I've ever seen from Malo, but he does ride away, so that is going to be a high score. Here comes Camille. I'm sure he's going to try and match him. Loading up right on the point. Oh, that was a crash for Camille. Unfortunately, it looked like when he tried to load up, he caught his board on the water, which took a bit of his momentum. So that's going to be a tough one for Camille. He should be able to get going with plenty of time left and land that big 7. What are the scores so far? So this is a really good one. Malo with an 18.5 and Camille with a 17.3, real close. Let's see what Malo's got coming in on this one. He does have a gust. Malo on the blue and green wing. Looks like he's loading up. Oh, another big forward. I don't think that's going to improve on his score. Takes him a little bit to get up on foil. So Malo's actually leaving the door open for Camille. Both riders working their way out. They're going to tack together, and then they're going to come back in where they're going to be jumping right in front of the judges. Camille tacks first, so he will go first. Malo gives him some space. Follows pretty closely behind him. Might have a little mind game going on there. Two French riders. Both veterans on the GWA. Both ripping surfers. Here comes Malo. Yep, you can see the lull. I'm not sure if our viewers at home can see how glassy it gets all of a sudden. So Malo is definitely underpowered right now. He actually decides to tack out of that and come back out. That's a veteran move right there by the French gong rider. So just under 3 minutes to go on this first round quarterfinals men. Both riders coming in. They seem to be in a bit of a gust, so we might see them both jump pretty close. Oh, there goes Camille with a big 7. It just can't pull it off. Here goes Malo with a big 7. Oh, that's a little bit better landing. That's probably going to improve his score. When these guys are done, I'm going to go to interview with Mia. Camille trying to get up on foil. Malo riding behind him. Malo leading Camille by just a few points at this point. A few minutes left in this round. Well, you need to be interviewed, so. Here, can you go back to live for me, please? Oh, Camille just lands a big one. Malo, that's going to change the scores. Let's see what Malo has for him. Malo just does a little Rayleigh. He may have had some seaweed on his foil, or he wanted to check that. So that's what the riders will do. Just under a minute to go. Can Camille come back? I want to get the updated scores. Camille with a big forward and not his best landing. What's the current scores? So far with just about 45 seconds left, Malo up with a 21.3 to Camille just under 17. Camille probably has time for one more big move. Malo just doing a little 3. He got into a lull, and this is what we're talking about with the clouds overhead. All of a sudden, it looks like a lake out there. Camille can't get going, so Malo pulled back from doing a big 7. Copy that. Looks like Malo is going to advance on that one with Camille. Ready for interview. I'm here with Nia Suarez from Tarifa. She just went out and for the first round of the women's heat won. Unfortunately, they got some cloud cover and their wind wasn't the best, but Nia was able to move on. Nia, how was it?
It was pretty gusty, but I managed to do some tricks, so I'm pretty happy with that.
Nia, what was the hardest trick that you tried out there?
540.
Yeah, that was a really clean 540 you did. Nia, you ride for Duotone, and who are some of your other sponsors?
I ride for Duotone and Fanatic, and also a sponsor of me is Roxy.
Roxy, that's super cool. Anyone in Tarifa you want to thank?
Thank you so much for my sponsors there, for Jaime and my family for supporting me from there.
Jaime and the family. Always got to thank the family. All right, Nia, thank you, and we'll see you in the next round. So we are moving on very rapidly throughout this day. We finally got some wind in New Zealand, and all the riders are super stoked. This is about as fast as I've seen the GWA move through these rounds. Literally, these judges aren't taking any breaks. No one's eating lunch. What we're basically doing is just trying to grind through because we really don't know how much longer the wind is going to be around. We are into the middle of the quarterfinals. We had the world champion, Malo, the gong rider out of France, moving forward after that last round, going up against fellow French rider Camille, the RRD rider. Camille put up a good fight, but just didn't get the wind he wanted and wasn't able to land that clean 720. I'd say that was the deciding factor for the judges for sure. We are going to cut to one of our primary sponsors' video, 1NZ.
One good Kiwi. We give you the money. You choose where it goes.
Kia ora, it's Kendra here. Alison Grace here from Blake. I am coming to you from Youthline.
Come and check us out at Te Tapu Watane.
Find Kiwis who are making Aotearoa awesome and fund the ones you love.
Thank you. Ngā mihi.
Get your share of 100K to gift every month. It's one good Kiwi helping another.
Here we are at the GWA New Zealand. We are cranking through our event today. Not a lot of wind on the forecast, so we are going to get all this done right now. We are almost midway through the men's quarterfinal. This is going to be a battle between Alain Fedit, who rode for France this year but is now riding for Germany, against Titouan, the Frenchman from New Caledonia. Titouan just switched to Cabrina, Alain Fedit riding the AFS. Alain has been really showing a lot of promise. He has improved tremendously from the beginning of last year. He is now actually one of the trendsetters and the first rider to actually do a 1080. There goes Alain with the, I don't even know what that was, but that was like a back loop 180. So we're going to definitely have to see how the judges score that. We've got Titouan Galea on the red wing. He's up at the point looking for a little bit more wind. Alain trying to water start out of that. Alain gets going. This is going to be a good battle. We'll see what Titouan has for him. Alain was sitting in second place in the seed round until newcomer Cash Barzola from Maui, the Armstrong rider, came out of nowhere at the end of the day and upset him and slid into the second spot. Titouan looking like he's loading up. There he goes with a nice 3, super clean. Alain with a bit of a weird crash on a Rayleigh. It looked like he might have been trying to go for a forward, but unfortunately, the viewers at home have to realize when these riders get into these lulls, the wings won't catch them when they do these big forwards. So a lot of times they look like they do almost an awkward Rayleigh, but what it really is just they feel a lull and kind of pull back. So currently we have Alain leading with a 14 and a Titouan with a 10. So Titouan I know has some real freestyle game. He is a 3-time world champion, 2-time race champion, and 1-time freestyle. So he's got quite the resume going. Alain has been a trendsetter lately with some new tricks and really pushing it. He's great in the surf, so Alain is definitely a rider to watch. Well, scores just in. Alain with a 14.8 and Titouan with a 14.1. Man, when it gets this close, it's just crazy. And Alain crashes again. So right now, Titouan can improve his score. A lot of times it's like, I know the riders want to know how tight it is, but they have no idea out there. So they're basically just judging off what they can see the other riders completing and then how they think they've been doing their own moves. So let's see what Titouan has for us. If he sends a big forward, that might be enough for him to upset Alon. Copy. So we're about 3 minutes left, and this one is almost too close to call. Alon sitting at 14.8, Titouan 14.13. So we'll see who can improve on their scores from here. Alon looking like that was a funny rally, but I don't think he knows how close it is, because a lot of times the best thing these riders can do is just do their basic strong moves, big forward, 720s to build up this score. So I have a feeling that's what we're going to see from Titouan. Both riders improving on what they had. Titouan going with another backflip. Not a super landing for him. He lands in a lull and takes him a bit to get going. Alon with a big 3. So this is really still anyone's game. How much time left? So far, no changes in the scoring with under 2 minutes to go. So like I said, this is really anyone's event here. Alon going down, trying some of his new moves, where that really does leave the door open for Titouan to improve on his score. He only needs a 0.7 to take the lead. So if he can throw even just a bigger backflip than some of his better moves, we'll see what he's got. Titouan with a pretty clean 3. I don't think that's going to be enough to improve his score. We are looking at less than 1 minute to go. So Alon in the catbird seat, but we'll see if he can hold on to that. So we're just going to an ad from the local city council, right? Copy. Alon going down again. Titouan may have one more shot at this. 30 seconds left. If the rider from New Cal sees the yellow flag in the air, see, the problem is these guys don't know what the scores are. Oh, that 540 might be enough to improve upon. Oh, wow, that's going to score because they are in a lull. So the judges are going to take that into consideration. All right, while we wait for those final scores from Alon Fedit and Titouan Galileo, we are going to one of our sponsors of this event, the local city council.
Do you know what's going on? Take me by the hand, yes I.
Te moana nui a toi, sure to make you smile.
All right, we are at the GWA Wingfoil, cranking through the quarterfinals. Titouan Galileo, it appears, just squeaked by Alon Fedit. Wait. No. Okay, we've got a score change. This is what happens sometimes, folks. It sounds like Alon Fedit did upset Titouan Galileo, the 3-time champion Cabrina rider, with a 17.8. These judges have such a hard job. It's so challenging for them because there's so much action on the water and they have to try and score as fairly as possible. So, again, I'm going to wait for the final answer on this one, but it does appear that Alon Fedit did pull that one out. Wow, that was really close. All right, coming up in the quarterfinals, we have the Italian RRD rider Francesco Capuzzo versus Encore Sosa, the young 15-year-old Cabrina rider. This is going to be another grudge match. These two have met each other multiple times on tour and are both veterans, so we'll see how they do. Are the flags up? Are they competing? All right, we are cutting back to the women here. We have Orane from New Caledonia, the starboard rider, versus Tatiana, the anesthesiologist, Armstrong rider from Oahu. So these two ladies are going to be battling it out. Orane looks like she's coming in with a little power. Oh, unfortunately, she goes down. So far, Orane leading this one with a 6 on the board. So we'll see what Tatiana has for her. Unfortunately, it does look like we're in a bit of a lull out there with the clouds again. Looks like Tatiana, the Armstrong rider from Oahu, is just trying to pump up. Again, these wind conditions are super challenging for these athletes. These girls are some of the best in the world, and it's so off and on right now, but we're hoping we can get some gusts for these women so they can show what their true potential is out here. trying to make something happen. We got Tatiana trying to water start out there. This is a tough one for the girls.
Yeah, no, you're killing me, dude. You fucking mutton. I have no idea. I don't care.
We still got Orane up on foil out there. We'll see if she can pull a trick here. Orane coming in, looking for a little gust. I do see some white caps out past the ladies, so potentially this cloud will clear and we'll get a bit more wind. Orane patiently tacks back out. She's just waiting for a gust. Orane does a nice trick out there and does ride out of it, so that's going to be a good high score for her. 1:20 remaining for the ladies. Orane leading with a 6.8 at this point. 1 minute to go.
Tom, we doing more women or? Shit, it's tiring, man. Yeah. The problem is I can be a bit old and grumpy myself.
We are going to cut to another sponsor video from 1NZ.
If I had wings, I wouldn't do anything beautiful or transcendent. No.
Welcome back, New Zealand, to the GWA Wingfoil World Tour event number 1. We are deep into the men's quarterfinal. That was just the starting horn for Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian RRD rider, and Encore Sosa, the Cabrina rider, 15-year-old from Forteventura. Francesco looks like he does not pull off that first backflip. The wind is just a little light. And Encore pulls a nice one. The Cabrina rider with the first score on the board. Here we go. Encore looking for a bit of a gust. Francesco following him in between. These riders look like they're both jumping goofy foot to me. Right foot forward for those viewers at home. Here goes Encore. Oh, he You know, that's the classic Rayleigh front flip cancellation there. He decided there just wasn't quite enough. Here comes Francesco loading up. He's about to do a trick. You can tell by his stance. He's trying to get everything he can out of that foil. Boom. Oh, darn it. The Italian rider just can't quite pull off the backflip. The wind is a bit light for Francesco. Francesco is definitely one of our bigger competitors, and he's not like one of these kids like Encore that is considerably lighter. They definitely have a advantage in these light winds. There's Encore doing another clean 540. That's just a basic trick that these riders know that they can get into the scorebook. So they need 3 tricks, 10 attempts, 3 tricks. So what he's basically doing is he's just doing something he know he can land. It's not going to be a high scoring trick for him, but at least it's going to be points. So far, Encore leading with a 7, and Francesco has yet to get a score. So we'll see how it goes for these guys. The wind looks a little light out there. They are getting some gusts, but we could definitely use a little more. So the New Zealand wind gods, we need some love here. Francesco landing a nice 540. That'll be a first trick for him. So we'll have to wait and see what that score does. Well, I'm starting to feel the sunshine come through a tiny bit more, so that's probably going to be a good sign for the wind. Encore and Francesco are a bit further out there on course, and Encore going for a big forward and unfortunately just coming up short. Francesco with a clean 360. So Francesco has been competing in windsurfing, kiteboarding. He runs the gamut. So he is one of our experienced competitors out there. So what he's doing right now is he's switching modes. He is going like this. This round is not going to be won by huge forwards and big 720s. This round is going to be won by the guy that can land 3 basic tricks in this subpar wind. So what he's doing is he's what we call filling his scorecard. So I'm looking forward to getting the scores in to see where the 2 of them are right now. It looks like Encore is leading with 11 and Francesco an 8.9. I'm not sure if they scored that last trick, but we're going to find out. Encore pulling another clean 3. So what these guys are doing right now is they're just doing the best they can. Francesco, I'm not sure what that was, but he does land it, so that probably will count. We're looking at just over 2 minutes left. We'll see if Francesco, the Italian RRD rider, is going to have something in the bag. If he gets a gust, I'd probably expect a big forward or a big backflip out of Francesco. So we'll see what he's got. Yeah, so Francesco really only has 2 scores right now, so this can definitely change. Encore is leading on paper, but Francesco only has 2 scores. And Encore right now goes and tries a definitely underpowered forward, which a lot of times that's a tough move in light wind, so he should just be filling his scorecard. So let's see what Francesco's got. He's got a gust. There's his 3rd move, big backflip. That's going to change the scores. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what comes in. This is going to get much closer. There's a little gust for these riders, so oh my goodness, another nail biter. 14.8 for Encore to Francesco's 14.2. We got 1 minute left, so Francesco, I do see a gust out there, so this might be his chance. Oh, this is another really close one. Francesco loading up. But does he ride out of the? No, he does not ride out of the 720. Oh, that would have been the dagger for Francesco, but unfortunately, the judges are going to count that as a crash. And now the question is, with 34 seconds left, do either of these riders have a chance to improve their score? That's going to be a heartbreaker for Francesco if the scores stand the way they are, because this, right now, we're looking at basically half a point between these two riders. Francesco's 16 seconds left. He better turn quick. I wonder if the veteran has a race watch and knows this is his last chance. Oh, boy. 6-5. Here he goes. Oh, my gosh. Oh, he does not get his trick off, Francesco. Oh, wait a second. I don't know what's going to happen on that. For your viewers at home, oh, man, I'm not saying anything, but Francesco, the horn did sound. Sometimes the judges give him a couple seconds to finish their tricks. He was loaded up. It wasn't his best 720, but he did ride away from that. Too close to call as far as I'm concerned. Hi, we're at the GWA first stop in New Zealand here, and we are just cranking through the men's quarterfinals. That was a heat that was just too close to call. Encore Sosa, the Caprina rider from Forteventura, 15 years old, against the RRD Italian rider Francesco Capuzzo. It's within half a point. I don't know how they're going to score that one. Francesco is going to be disappointed with the lack of wind. They had some bad lulls, but we're going to see how that one plays out. That was a really close one. Both of them put up a heck of a fight. The conditions were far from ideal, so I don't know. I'm waiting for a score update myself on that one.
I'm sure the judges are checking. So now it's Christopher versus Bastian, right?
You got any score update?
Ooh, that's going to be bad. You'll see. No, not at all. Just watch.
All right, looks like we are starting the next round already. Christopher McDonald versus Bastian Escoffier. Who will strike first? Christopher with a big backflip. Bastian with a big 3. Both riders already on the board. All right, so far Christopher with a 6 and Bastian with a 4.4. Both riders with early scores. They are getting a bit of a gust right here, so they're going to be grateful for this wind coming through. We'll see what they can do. Bastian loading up on the outside. He is definitely one of the more powerful riders. We'll see what the Frenchman has. He gets a big, clean backflip. That's going to be a really high score for Bastian. Christopher coming in. He looks like he's in a gust too. Let's see what he's got. Oh, a big front forward for Christopher. Oh, but he does not land it. He is not riding out of that. Plenty of time still left in this. 5 minutes to go. Both riders look like they're in a bit of a gust, looking for some power here. Christopher tacks out of it, waiting for the right wind. Oh, Christopher with a huge front flip. That was a great move. Oh, Bastian with a big 720 on the outside. Wow. Just 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in this one. We're halfway through.
Got a score update? Did they count his 720 yet? Here comes Christopher looking powered.
Here comes Christopher looking powered. Bastian sending it. 3 minutes to go. Christopher coming in. Big 720, and he's going to ride out of that. We'll see if that's enough. Two minutes and 30 to go in this one. Looks like there's not much separating these riders. It's real close. Another clean 7 from Christopher. Let's see if that improves his score. We are at 2 minutes to go for these athletes. Bastian with a big backflip out the back. Both riders coming in looking powered. Fuck.
Did they score that last front flip? Yeah, I know.
All right, this one's getting really close. We'll see what they got.
Christopher's on top.
Wow, that one was really close. Probably too close to call for this commentator. I'm just going to catch my breath and see what scores come in if anything changes. Cheers.
Yep.
All right, we've just wrapped up men's quarterfinal round between Bastian Escoffier versus Christopher McDonald. too close to call at this point. I am not going to call it. Bastian just absolutely sent it out there. The French rider living in Australia was insane. Christopher went toe for toe with him. So again, I am not seeing a final on this one. Can I get an update? So far, what I am seeing is Christopher winning by 23.5 to Bastian 23.44. So we are talking about 0.06 at this point. Wow, Bastian, that was the heat I've never seen you run. That was fantastic. Christopher, way to go. That was a tough one. What an insane battle between these two competitors.
Morena. Couple of it? Oh, so fun.
Te moana nui a toi, sure to make you smile.
Wow, that was an insane men's quarterfinal round. Christopher McDonald from Hood River versus Bastian Escoffier, the French rider living in Australia. Bastian, I've never seen you ride like that. That was absolutely insane. You just threw down one of the sickest scores I've ever seen. Tell me how that went.
Yeah, well, I'm a bit still out of breath, so that was good. I just changed my foil right before the hit. It was like all in, so bit higher aspect foil, faster. And yeah, I managed to land my 7, land a good front flip, and probably one of the best back flip, I think.
Bastian, that was wild. Like your back flip, your front flip, and your 7 were all just like, those are the 2 highest scores of the event. Tell me, like, who would you like to thank and how New Zealand has gone so far for you?
Yeah, New Zealand is great. We have some win now, so finally it's good. Thanks to the organizers. Thanks to all my sponsors, Patrick and Gath. And yeah, well done for Chris.
Hey man, congratulations. That was a absolute boxing match out there. Bastian just sending it to the young kid from Hood River, and Christopher answering the bell. 0.06 of a point. That's what we like to see on the Wingfoil World Tour, that it's that close. Right now we're going to cut back to the ladies. It looks like I got Bo out there and Amy, the local New Zealand rider. They finally have some wind. Amy with a huge jump. That was awesome out there on the blue F1 wing. Bo comes in and does a nice 3 for us on the inside. It looks like the women are finally getting some wind cooperating with them, which is great for them. So currently we've got the 2021 world champion North rider Bowien from the Netherlands on top with a 15 versus the young local ripper Amy, 17 years old, and putting up a good fight with the previous world champion.
What's Amy's last name? Right? And she's from New Zealand, right?
So Amy Wright, the 17-year-old ripping New Zealand rider, she's local and she's out here in her first GWA event. From what I understand, that she's a windsurf racer as well and quite fast. So it should be interesting to see how she does against some of these tour veterans in the slalom racing. Hopefully we can get some more of this wind and be able to finish all our stuff, including some fun slalom races. Oh, Bowien with a nice big 3, actually turns it into a 540 transition. So Bo right now is just stacking her scorecard, really ripping against Amy. Amy out there did a big rally, but we're going to need to see some more tricks to fill that scorecard of hers. So we just hit the 2-minute mark in this heat. Bowien versus Amy, the local rider, Amy Wright, 17 years old, riding that blue F1 wing. Bowien on the red north. Bowien in command with a 17, but who knows? There is still time left for the local rider, Amy Wright. Let's see what she's got.
I've got another interview when you're ready. Francesco Capuzzo, the Italian star.
I'm here for day 5 of the GWA, and I'm here with my buddy Francesco Capuzzo, the RRD sponsored rider from Italy, who just had an absolute nail biter. It was so close, almost too close to call. Francesco, tell us how that went for you.
Yeah, actually I was looking a lot at the condition up there and tried to look for the best place where to sail. And actually it happened what I was worried about, that it was half windy, half not, let's say. And I was against one of the lightest guys on tour as well. So I was like, okay, I should just get the gas. When I get the gas, I do the moves. To be honest, I was a bit stressed. I crashed my first 2 backflip. I never, let's say, crash. But then I managed to come back all the way till the end. I did a 720. I land, and then my front foot just went out of the foot strap, and I crashed. Say, oh no! And I have a last 40 seconds to go, and I realized that my watch stopped. So actually I went all the way on the right, tried to power up, counting on my head. I saw the flag was not there. I did a 720, landed. I was like, yes, maybe I got it. And I look around, it was already red. So and they told me I was out by 5 seconds, 6, 7, and that's cost me the heat. And now the wind is back. I'm a bit like, oh, they should have waited a little bit, but competition is like that, happens.
Yeah, Francesco, we can tell from here when the lulls. So right now they're in a bit of gust, even though the clouds. We can't seem to quite figure it out. And I know how close that was for you, and that was a heartbreaker. But you'll get them next time. And is there anyone you want to thank for your New Zealand adventure?
Yeah, for sure. I wanna thank the RD family that made all this possible. My family as well. They always support me in and out of the water, mentally, money-wise as well. But for sure, big thanks to RD that made all this possible.
All right, man. Thanks. So moving on in that round is Bowien, the 2021 world champion. She defeats Amy Wright, the local ripper from New Zealand. So Bowien is advancing on.
Do anything beautiful or transcendent. No.
GWA Wingfoil New Zealand. We are on to women's semifinal 2, and it looks like the wind is back for the ladies. We have Orane from New Caledonia, the starboard rider, versus Nia Suarez, the duotone rider, Roxy girl. Oh, Nia starts off with a bang and has a super clean 360. She pumps it back on foil. The judges are going to reward that. There goes Orane with a nice Rayleigh out the back, and she rides out of that. Both women with 1 score on the board. Hopefully this wind sticks around enough for these ladies to have a nice powered 7-minute heat. They have definitely been a bit unlucky on the wind side.
What's Orane's last name?
Orane Sirius on that free wing starboard sponsored rider tries for that 540 transition. It just can't keep it together. There goes Nia, the duotone Roxy rider. She is heading out, looking for some power. Oh, Nia going for the 540. Does she ride out of it? Not sure. Nope, the judges will not score that. For you viewers at home, it's a real slippery slope on whether there's a landing or not. So that one, finally at the end, she definitely did not land it. So that's going to count as a crash. So that's one of her 10 attempts.
Let's go to an interview with Amy.
I'm here with Amy Wright. She's one of the F1 sponsored New Zealand riders. And Amy just got off the water against Bo, the 2021 champion herself. Amy, how did that go for you?
It went as best as it could, really. I haven't really done freestyle before, and I was just pulling off high jumps. I went out the biggest swing I could, and I don't know, it was amazing seeing all the tricks she can do, but I just did the best I could.
Well, that's awesome. We're so excited to have young ladies out here ripping. So your first time on the GWA Tour. What can we do to get you to keep coming on these events with us?
Just keep making it as fun as as fun as you can. If I'm not having fun, I don't really want to do it, but I've just been having a blast. It's been so cool having it here. The location is amazing, and the weather's been really good, apart from there's been not much wind, which is today. It's amazing having this amount of wind, so I can actually pull off some jumps. But yeah, it's amazing.
Well, Amy, that's amazing. You got a huge smile on your face. I saw you and Nia palling around earlier. So are you guys buddies now?
Yeah, well, she's kind of been staying with us. She's been having dinner with us, and it's been great getting to know her. She taught me a trick about 5 minutes before my heat, and I managed to pull it off that round, so I'm super stoked for myself.
Awesome. Well, why don't you do me a favor and take over the mic for a second and tell me your friend Nia what she's doing out there. She's on the white wing, or Rain's on the blue and orange.
She looks like she just did a 360. Didn't quite land it. I don't even know what most of the tricks are called. I've just been learning today, but what's the other girl's name?
That's Orane out there. She's Orane Cerise from New Cal. She rips too. So these two girls are both veteran competitors on the GWA. But Amy Wright from New Zealand, we want more women. So you're coming on tour with us. Next stop is Cabo Verde. What do you think about that?
Oh, I'm not doing the next stop, which is sad, but because I'm doing windfoiling as well. I think there's a youth squad from New Zealand that's going over to America in July, so I'm going to be on that.
So you just said windfoiling. That's on a windsurfer, right?
It is a windsurfer.
So tell me, after all the fun you've had with Nia and your new friends, which do you like better? Be honest.
Everybody asks me that, and I never give them the answer because I prefer both of them. They're just as fun as each other. This is more free and a freestyle event, and windfoiling is more like hard racing, course racing, but it's nice having the different two and comparing them. I can't say which one I like more.
All right, well, that's a fair, politically correct answer. I'll take it. I can't wait to see what you do, Amy Wright, versus the veteran girls on tour here in the racing. So hopefully we'll get enough wind, because if you can go fast on a windfoil, I'm sure you can haul on a race wing. So cheers, Amy Wright. Congratulations. You did a great job.
Thank you.
All right, so back to Nia and Orane. Nia, the runner-up world champion to Paula, her duotone teammate last year, is up with a 15 versus Orane, I think is around 11. So Orane still has time to make up on Nia, so we'll see how this turns out. Orane with a nice 540, and she just can't keep it together at the end on that landing. That was a tough one for Orane. Nia coming in. She's on what looks like that nice new SLS duotone wing. That's a beautiful wing. Doing great, cutting upwind. Looking for that gust. Nia is there she goes with another huge planing 540 out of it. Great trick for Nia. I'd like to see how that adds to her score total. I think right now, if you put me on the spot, I would say Nia's the one to beat in the women today. She's real experience for a young woman. I think she's 15 from Tarifa. She comes from an amazing family. Nicole and Kuro and her little brother Leo are all wind enthusiasts. Someday I know Leo is going to be on the tour with us. He's a few years younger on the men's side, but really nice family, and Tarifa is just an amazing spot, and she's got some great support from Duotone, so we're always stoked for Nia. Big smile on her face and always having a good time. Let's see what she's got. There's still time left. Looks like she's loading up. Oh, really clean 3 from Nia. So Nia's just putting on a clinic out there, you know. She's been training in the off season and trying to improve, and I know that one stung a little bit last year. Oh, Orane trying for another 540, but just can't seem to keep it together. Yeah, Nia's a competitive young woman, and she wasn't super thrilled to lose to her teammate Paula, but Paula, well-deserved 2022 champion, and you know Nia's going to be coming back strong this year, and she's showing it to us right now, landing trick after trick after trick. I can go interview with those here. How much time's left? Okay. 10 seconds.
Okay. You pro'd up.
I can always do this. All right, we are here with Bowien, and we just finished the round with Orane and Nia. It looks like Nia is going to advance. She landed almost all of her tricks. The young woman from Tarifa really put on a display. But I'm here with the 2021 world champion, Bowien, North team rider. She was out there ripping as well. I'm really curious to see the scores between you and Nia. Tell me how New Zealand's gone for you.
New Zealand has been amazing. We've done a lot of surf foiling, so my skills on that have actually improved a lot. But now I'm really happy there's some wind. I was pretty lucky in both my heats, pretty good wind. And I hope me and Nia will get some good wind in the finals as well, so we can show people what we got.
Nice, Bo. So what's been your favorite part about New Zealand? I really enjoyed the hike up Mount Maunganui. Gosh, I always blow it. Maunganui, excuse me. It's been my challenge to wake up in the middle of the night wondering how to say it. Maunganui. Bo, what's been your favorite part?
Well, I actually did a really beautiful 7-hour hike. I also forgot the name, but in the Lord of the Rings, it's the Mountain of Doom. It's close to there. So if you ever come to New Zealand, do that hike. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's Mount Tararira.
Yeah, something like that.
7 hours. When did you do that?
Like a week before the competition. I told my boyfriend he really wanted to do it. We have to do it a week because I won't be able to walk for like 2 days.
Well, your boyfriend and I are almost in the same position because my only real job in life these days is a caddy. And I know he does a lot for you. So is there anything you want to say to him?
Well, I'm really happy he's here, and I want to thank him for being the best caddy ever. And yeah, maybe he should upgrade to being a voiceover as well.
Do you let him go winging ever, or is he just the gear monkey like I am?
He's a kiter, but the wind has been not good enough for kiting, so he's full on caddy this trip.
So basically, you're just not teaching him. Like, if you were really into him, you would teach him to wing. All right, we'll see how this goes. That can play out later. Thank you, Bo, and we'll see you in the finals with Nia. All right. So it looks like we are in the first of the men's semifinals already. Alain Fedit versus Malo Ginobili, the 2022 world champion. This is going to be a heavy one. Oh, Malo with a huge front flip. Nice landing. Alain with a back flip before that. This one is going to be, I have a feeling we're going to see the AFS rider, Alain, riding for Germany this year, pull out some of his signature moves. He's going to know that Malo is going to bring his A game. So here goes one of Alain's new moves. It's like a, oh, that's going to score high with the judges. It's like a rotation sideways Rayleigh backflip. We're going to have to let Alain name it. Here comes Malo. I'm curious to see how that does score because that is an innovative trick. Malo with a backflip. That's not one of his highest ones I've ever seen, so he's going to be looking to improve on that one for sure. Alain with, I think that was a huge back loop. Again, I'm going to wait till the scores come in. Wow, we're getting some nice breeze through here, some nice little gusts. It's clearing up. So this is exactly what we want for these final few rounds we have left. Malo with a big 720, and he lands. Oh, my gosh, that was a fantastic landing. He literally landed on the foiling. That is going to be a huge score. Here comes Alain with one of his new moves. Oh, but he goes down. Wow. So we are looking at Malo with a 22.6 compared to a 22.09. This one is almost too close to call at this point. Malo looks like he's coming in, loading up. He's getting a nice gust on that green and blue wing. Here comes, oh, that's a much better backflip from him. He's going to improve on that last score. But he had one of the best 720s I've ever seen. He actually landed on the foil, which is incredibly challenging. So Alain, I don't... Does that score? So Malo currently up with a 23.1, but they have not scored all of Alain's tricks, as far as I can tell. So I'm not even know what I'm seeing from Alain, but it really does look awesome. This is definitely a trend-setting new rider who is not afraid to push the innovation side. Malo with a giant front flip. Oh, he loses his board in the air. I hope he's all right after that one. Malo had a incident already last week surfoiling and has 12 stitches in his hip. So this rider is definitely gutting it out today and not afraid to get in the water. There goes Alain with a, oh, I think was that a front flip 180? That might take the lead because the judges love to see these innovative tricks like that. That's going to be a high scoring move. A lot of times they're not even going to know what that is. So we're going to have to wait and see how they score these. Alain puts the wing behind him and does like a back Rayleigh 1-8. Oh, no, Alain's score is definitely improving. That was call that a back wing Rayleigh. So he put the wing behind him and then did a jump, which, again, I've never seen this. Here comes Malo, nice and powered up. This is exactly what these riders want. Oh, big front flip. Doesn't plane away quite as well as his 720, but we're going to find out.
Update on the score from Alain?
Alain looking really powered up like he's going to do something here. Let's see what he's got. Oh, a huge backflip. Oh, wow, that's one of the higher backflips we've seen in New Zealand. Alain is definitely one of these riders that leaves it all on the table. He is not playing it safe. That was huge. Just about 2 minutes left. It does look like Malo is in the lead with a 23.79. Here comes Malo loading up. Nice and powered. Oh, huge front flip. Comes out of it. I'd like to see his 720 score. Yeah, his frontside 720 scored an 8.73, which I'm pretty confident is the high score of the contest so far. Alain still absolutely in this with just over a minute left to go. So Malo with a 23.8 and Alon with a 21.99. Alon still has some time. Does a huge backflip. Ooh. Wow, that's going to improve his score. I really don't know how this one's going to turn out. No, not on mine. Here we go with Malo absolutely loaded up. What is he going to do? Oh, a giant backflip. Again, here comes Alon on the outside. He is, oh. Wow, the AFS rider riding for Germany this year, Alain Fedit, just absolutely sacrificing his body and sending it with these innovation tricks. Again, I'm not sure on the final scores for some of these guys, but Alain is riding out of his head right now. Looks like we are into the final seconds of this. Looks like about 30 seconds left, so both riders should have a chance to do one more trick here. The wind is really cooperating. This is good for both of these guys. Alon really powered up. Looks like he's about to send something here. There he goes, putting the wing. Oh, he tries a rad 7. And oh, he goes down. Unfortunately for Alon, I think that might have been his last trick attempt, or at least his last shot with 14 seconds left. But, man, we sure have seen a battle between these two French riders. Alon riding for AFS, Malo riding for Gong. There's the red flag. Again, I'm going to call this one too close to call. A lot of times the scoring does update, so we're going to see how this goes. But currently, we are sitting with Malo Ginobili with what appears to me the highest score of the event with a 23.89 versus Alon with a 21.99. So we're going to see if those scores stands. But, man, these guys just gave us an amazing show.
Okay.
So we just wrapped up the first men's semifinal between the French rider Malo Ginobili and the French-German rider Alain Fedit, the AFS rider. What an amazing showdown that was. They could do a whole highlight video on that semi alone. Alain was throwing some innovative new moves where we're going to have to get the name from him on what they were. But the 2022 world champion Malo looks like he has edged him out. He threw one of the cleanest 720s I've ever seen, scoring at 8.87, which is a ridiculously high score. So what he's doing is 2 full rotations and landing on foil, which is basically unheard of. That was amazing. So up next we have Encore Sosa, the 15-year-old Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, against Christopher McDonald, the Hood River F1-sponsored Monera rider. So we'll see how semifinal 2 goes. But currently sitting, it does appear that Malo is heading to the finals. Alon will be going to the mini-final. We are now going to a sponsor video from 1NZ.
If I had wings, I wouldn't do anything beautiful or transcendent. No.
So we are live at the buzzer for semifinal 2 of the men's round of the GWA Wingfoil New Zealand, the first stop on the tour. It is Encore Sosa, the Cabrina rider, looking like he's going to strike first. Loading up, sends a front flip. Oh, but just crashes. It looked like his takeoff just wasn't right. Christopher McDonald, the Hood River F1 Monera-sponsored rider, McDiddy's as well, just pulls a backflip. What he's doing is filling his scorecard. So we'll see how these two youngsters do. The Wingfoil World Tour has really been a lot of a young man's game. A lot of these guys have come and absolutely upset a bunch of the older riders. And older, I mean in their early 20s. Sosa, the Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, is 15 years old. Nia Suarez, the duotone rider, 15. Here comes Christopher loading up. Let's see what he's got for us. Oh, a giant front flip and rides out of it nice and clean. That's one of the biggest ones. Oh, but Encore with a big front flip. Can he pull the landing? Yes, he does. Oh, these guys are going toe-to-toe. Christopher powered up. I might see a rad 7 here. I don't know. He looks kind of like he's in that stance for it. Nope, he's just going to attack and come in and do another big trick. I think we're going to see the 720 out of the F1 Monera-sponsored rider on the orange wing. Encore, again, on the red Cabrina wing. These two guys are toe-to-toe. Here comes Christopher. He gets a gust. Huge forward. Oh, he just wants to improve on that big score. That's a pretty high forward. Encore goes up for a big 720, but unfortunately goes down. The young Cabrina rider cannot land the 720. It's so crazy how the wind conditions changes for these riders. Half an hour ago, we were in a lull, and now these guys are getting gusts coming through. So what I suspect is that Encore just got hit in a gust, and he actually rotated too far on that 720. Christopher looking loaded up. These guys are literally just doing trick for trick. Here he comes with a 720, and he rides out of it. Another one from Chris McDonald, the Hood River F1 Monera-sponsored athlete. Encore loading up, riding out. Encore is goofy foot, so he jumps going out, and a big backflip for Encore, which he lands. That's a great trick for the young Forteventuran rider on his Cabrina. So we are in New Zealand for the 5th day of the Wingfoil World Tour, and Mother Nature has rewarded us with some amazing wind. As we get closer into the final rounds of both the men's and women, the wind is kicking on. We are stoked. Big 540 by the Cabrina rider Sosa. Nice trick. That's going to fill the scorecard for sure. Christopher McDonald tacks, goes toe side back out. Encore goes up and throws a really clean 360 on that one. The Cabrina rider is stepping up in this semifinal versus his buddy Chris McDonald. What's so cool about all these kids, Malo, Christopher, Sosa, Nia, they all ride together and have a great time. There goes Christopher with another front flip. Currently we are sitting at Chris McDonald, Hood River local at 23.4 versus to Encore's 18. Looking like we have just under 3 minutes to go, so still time for the young Cabrina rider to make something happen here. It looks like he's actually going in for a wing change, so I'm not sure if the camera is seeing that, but that's his caddy slash dad, which I'm very familiar with that role. What he's doing is either getting a bigger or a smaller wing. At this point, we're going to see if we can tell. Here comes Christopher, waiting for a gust on the orange F1 3.5 strike V2 there. This is one of Christopher's favorite wings. Right now, a big gust came through, so what he's doing is he's kind of waiting until it... There you go, he does a little foil slip on the surface. More than likely, he's trying to get rid of some seaweed off his foil. Encore with a real quick wing change. Let's see what he's got after that. Encore loading up. I think he went to a bigger wing from what I can tell. Oh, with a really nice 360, and he's going to oh, he crashes, so that is not going to count. Encore, man, that was so close. Come on, let's see that one again, Encore. I know you can do that. Here comes Christopher coming in on the 3.5. Nice and powered. Let's see what he's got for us. He's going to do another 7. Oh, and he goes down on that one. Less than a minute and a half to go. Encore still chasing Chris McDonald, the Hood River local F1 Monera rider. Encore, the Cabrina rider, 15 years old, already a veteran. Encore looking powered on that bigger wing. He actually had an equipment change up at the point, which we got to see on camera. It's pretty cool. Encore trying for that big 720. Oh, unfortunately, just cannot put it together. Again, no score change, 23.49. We're in the final 37 seconds. Encore with an 18. Unfortunately, this is going to be hard for him to get one more trick. He's going to have to ride in and then switch. Encore is goofy foot, meaning right foot forward. So we'll see. You never know. This Cabrina rider never quits. So we are in the final 20 seconds. Encore is going to get one more shot at this. Let's see what he can do. He's looking really powered up on that new bigger wing that he got from his dad. And he sends a big air and just does a clean 3. A lot of times those riders get up there and they assess the conditions. Their minds are going so fast and they realize that a 720 is not going to work. So there's the horn, and it does look like Christopher McDonald, F1 team rider, Monera sponsored, McDiddy sponsored, is going to be heading to the finals. This is going to be a final we have never seen before. The French world champion, Malo 2022, against his good buddy, Christopher McDonald, Hood River, F1, Malo Gong. This is a battle we haven't seen in the final. This should be awesome between these two riders. The wind is here, and it does look like we are going to be able to get this done. So we just wrapped up the second semifinal between Encore Sosa, Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, 15 years old, absolutely sent it against Christopher McDonald, the Hood River local. Unfortunately, Encore just couldn't land that big, difficult 720. The wind was pretty gusty. We saw him do a wing change, which we don't see all the time with the competitors, with his caddy/dad out on the point, which is what he was basically doing for everyone back home, is he didn't like his wing in the current conditions. Either I think it was a bit light for him on that other wing, so he switched to the bigger one. So basically what happened there is he came in, did a 20-second wing change, and then went out and tried and sent it. So this does mean that the winner of Semi 1, which was Malo Ginobili against Alain Fedit, will be Christopher versus Malo in the winner's final. So for our viewers at home, Encore and Alain Fedit are going to what we call the mini final. The mini final is for 3rd and 4th place. So we actually have 2 more heats for the men's to go. The finals, Malo versus Christopher, and the mini final for 3rd and 4th place, Alain Fedit versus Encore Sosa, the Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura. Nia and Bowien, correct? All right, you want me to introduce it? All right, so we are now in the finals for the women. This is Nia Suarez, the Duotone Tarifa Roxy-sponsored rider, versus Bowien. She is from the Netherlands, and she is a North rider. She was also our 2021 world champion. She just came off shoulder surgery last year, which unfortunately we missed her. But Nia lands the first trick. Well, Bowien does another. Both ladies just did really clean 3s. So if I was a judge, I wouldn't want to have to judge that because those looked about equal. So far, at the very beginning of this heat, the wind is there and cooperating. We have Nia from Tarifa versus Bowien from the Netherlands. North versus Duotone. Nia sent a huge 540 and just caught her nose and was unable to land. Let's see what Bowien does. Bowien with a 540, she does land it. Bowien is so smooth and calculated. This is what we saw in 2021 when she was the world champion. I'm going to cut over to my friend from Oahu, Tatiana. She competed on the women's side. Tatiana, would you actually help me talk about what's going on with Nia? Nia just landed an amazing 540, so I'm going to give you the mic, and what I want you to do, Bowen's in the red, Nia's in the white. Why don't you just tell me what's going on from your perspective?
Yeah, for sure. Well, it looks like they definitely have some good wind in this heat. Just a few heats ago, it was pretty light, so this is actually really perfect for the women's. Looks like Bowien just did a front side 360?
Yeah,
180, yeah. That was a pretty clean landing, riding off. Looks like they're both kind of just circling, waiting to get some speed. Oh, Nia just did another front side 360, landed it, making her way up. They look pretty even, actually, with their tricks, huh? It looks like they each do.
It looks like right now, currently, it's like 4.1 to 3.8 with Bowien on top. So we're going to have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, super exciting. It looks like they're really keeping up with each other. Bowien, what was that, a front side?
Oh, Bowien just went down with a 540 transition, so that is not going to count. No. That is definitely going to leave the door open for Nia.
Oh, Nia.
Oh, with a handle pass, but she goes down too.
Yep.
right now. Both ladies down in the water, and okay, Bowien is going first, so we're gonna see what she can do. So far, I think Bowien is in front with slightly a 4.1 versus a 3.8. Come on, Nia from Tarifa. She'll get going. She's got plenty of time left.
Go. Looks like the wind's coming down just a little. Oh, here's a good gust.
Both women up and riding. Bowien heading out. Let's see what she's got. Bowien goes down on another big 540, but let's see what Nia's got. Nia can take the lead with this trick. But she does ride.
No,
Nia
she's
just
down.
Can't quite land it. That was so close. Nia stuck her nose in the water, and she almost saved it. She's still got some time left.
Yep.
Copy. It's almost too much for me to try and phone scores. Can you give me a score and time update, please? So we are coming to the end of this, Nia versus Bowien, and it looks like Nia has taken the lead with a 15.1 to Bowen's 13. So we're going to see if that stands up. Tatiana, what do you think about that?
That's awesome. It's been a really good heat so far. Almost head to head, almost matching each other's tricks. Looks like Nia had a pretty sick 540.
I call that a 540, and I think that's what took the lead for her. So, and Nia may have just slammed the door with that handle pass right there. She rides away clean from that. I don't think Bowien is going to have time to come back from that, even though oh my goodness, Bowien just landed the same trick.
Same trick. Wow, this is really head to head. Amazing, these ladies, what they can do, keeping up with each other, almost matching each other's tricks. It's going to be close, almost down to the line, I think.
We're down to 1:40 on this one. I thought Nia may have put the nail in the coffin, but then Bowien went trick for trick and landed what I'm going to call like a handle pass 3. I'm not sure terminology, etc. But boy, these women, it's got to be pretty tight. I'm looking for a score update. So from what we're seeing, Nia is still in the lead, trying to go for the win here in New Zealand. She's got some Nia's going for the backflip. Oh, I'm really proud of Nia trying that. She got a nice gust, and there's the red, the horn signifying the end of that. Looks like Nia is the winner in New Zealand. Again, scoring can update, but I love seeing her throwing that backflip. that's a trick that she's going to get any one of these days. She's so close. She's such a young, talented duotone rider. She's sponsored by Roxy, which is also super cool. She's got an amazing family back in Tarifa. Her parents are fantastic, and this is so cool. We're really happy for Nia, and Bowien put up a heck of a fight, and so that was a really great final between the women. Do you want me to wrap up, or do you want me to introduce the final? Yeah, give me a mark when we start. I'm here with Team Armstrong rider Tatiana from Oahu, and we just watched an amazing final between Nia and Bowien. Nia, the duotone rider, and Bowien on her North gear, and boy, they went toe for toe. What'd you think of that final?
It was amazing. It's amazing what the women come to nowadays. Is they're almost head to head with almost the same tricks. It's almost hard to figure out what exactly the tricks that they are doing, you know. But it's amazing. Yeah, I that was really close. It was really inspiring to watch, for sure.
Yeah, that was a really good final between Bowien and Nia. It looks like Nia did take that in the end. She landed a couple tricks just a tiny bit cleaner, but that was an amazing final. So we're super stoked to see the women get some good win for that. So now we are on to the men's final. This is Christopher McDonald from Hood River, F1 sponsored, Monera sponsored, McDiddy sponsored. There's the horn versus Malo Ginobili, the gong rider, and the 2022 world champion. So let's see what these two kids have to offer us here. Christopher looking powered up. He might strike first. Malo behind him. Both riders are regular foot, so they jump the same way. There's a clean foil out of it, backflip for Christopher. Malo looking powered. He strikes first with a real clean 720, so this is going to be an amazing final.
Is this live stream? Yeah. Oh. All right.
Both riders looking plenty powered, so this is exactly how we want this New Zealand first stop of the Wingfoil World Tour to end. Plenty of wind. These riders are going to be powered and just sending it. Let's see what Christopher's got. I think we're going to see either a big forward or a 720 out of him. Huge front forward from Christopher. Here comes Malo. Let's see what he's got. Oh, another giant forward. Boy, these two are just gladiators right now. It's so cool. France versus the USA. Hood River versus France. Gong versus F1. But the best part is these guys are friends. When every event, it's like they're so stoked to hang out together. All they want to do is just go out and free ride, because what happens is they start pushing the progression, just riding together. All right, Christopher's due for a big 720. Let's see what he's got. One rotation, two. Oh, another super clean 720. Oh, this is just too close to call right now. Here comes Malo. Let's see what he's got. Nice backflip from Malo. So we are just only 2 minutes into this, and both riders are already sending it. 720s landed by both riders, backflips and front flips. Oh, looks like Malo caught some seaweed there. Oh, that's a bummer for him. He's absolutely gassed, going as fast as he can on that foil, and he picks up the tiniest bit of seaweed, and it just sends you over the bars. Tough one for Malo. Christopher riding in powered. Oh, he hit the same seaweed. Oh, well, that's fair for both of them. You see when they dive like that. So now they got to flip the foil over, make sure there's no seaweed, get the nerves under control, and see how it goes from there. There Christopher goes, throws a tiny little jump, checks the bottom of his foil. Malo coming in loaded up. Hopefully he doesn't hit that same patch. He jumped over the seaweed. Yeah, that's much harder than it looks for everyone at home. Oh, huge forward. boy, these guys, this one's going to be so hard for the judges. Not only are they buddies, but fierce competitors when they're on the water. This is the first time we've actually been able to see Malo versus Christopher, so this is pretty exciting for everyone at home. Here comes Christopher. Let's see what he's got. Loading up for sure. Oh, huge 720. Oh, my God. That's one of the higher ones I've seen him do, and I've seen him do a lot of those. Let's see what that score does. Here comes Malo. I'm sure Malo saw that and is like, all right, I can do that too. Let's go, French. 3 minutes to go. Malo totally powered. Coming. Oh, a giant backflip. Not his best landing. I don't know if that's going to improve his score. Christopher clearing his foil, making sure he does not have any seaweed. 2 minutes, 24 seconds to go between these gladiators. Hood River local, Christopher McDonald riding in, sends it forward. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's hard to watch as a dad. I don't know if it's good to see your kid 15 feet in the air with a foil behind him, but that was a big one. What does Malo have for him? I love how these riders are a little bit spread out. So what they're able to do is watch each other and be like, all right, bro, I just saw you do a big forward. Here comes mine. Malo trying to improve on that backflip score. One minute, 45 seconds to go. Christopher clears his foil. This is what we have been waiting for on the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Malo versus Christopher. They never met in the finals. Another backflip. Oh, he foils out of it. 1:27 to go. Let's see what Malo's got. Neither one of these guys have literally crashed on a trick. You are looking at two of the best wingers in the world at trick for trick. Malo, another huge forward. Is that enough? I am not sure on the scores at this point. It is too close to call. We're actually losing the judges' tent right now. All right, nice save. Aiden, the rider from New Zealand, runs over and holds the tent down in that gust. It's getting spicy at the Wingfoil World Tour in New Zealand. I'm sure the judges are terrified. Okay. We are in the final 30 seconds of this. I do not know who's in the lead. I cannot check the scores. As the dad of Christopher McDonald, it's too much for me to handle. I'm going to try and remain professional and just announce. Both riders coming in. Christopher on the orange F1 Monera-backed kit. Malo on his gong, green and blue. This is amazing. Two buds going at it. Just a big rally from Christopher. What's Malo got? Oh, he tries another 7 and goes down. That might be it. 18 seconds. The final scores are not in. Too close to call. We are looking like 9 seconds left. 8. Thank you, New Zealand. The wind gods have absolutely showed up in full force this afternoon. We are so stoked to be able to get this stuff done. There's the final horn. Again, I want to wait for the official results, but we are so grateful for New Zealand. Taronga. The wind gods, thank you. Army, Armstrong. It's been an amazing, that's shocking that we were able to get that done that quickly. Hats off to the GWA guys. Tom and his crew did an amazing job. All right, we have the champion coming in right now, Christopher McDonald with a 24.16. Just narrowly beating out his buddy Malo. I can't wait to get these two guys up here to interview themselves. Christopher had a flawless second. I mean, his front flip was huge. Malo, toe-to-toe. I don't think these guys crashed at all on that. So, cheers to these guys. Malo, the 2022 champion. Christopher starting off in New Zealand. Congratulations, kid. I'm super proud of you. I know he wants to thank his mom who's at home, Nicole McDonald. She's holding down the fort in Hood River while the boys are out caravanning around the world. Sometimes that doesn't seem fair, but we love you, honey, and thank you. All right, I can't wait to get Malo and Christopher in here. Christopher wins it with a 24.16, the high score. Malo coming in, absolute champion himself. Look at the smile these two guys have. France versus USA, but in the end, they're really good buds, so it doesn't matter. Pushing the progression of wing foiling. Cash, the Maui local who showed up for his first GWA event, sure showed his true colors that he belongs in this chapter with these young guys that are already ripping. It'll be really fun to have Cash from Maui join us on these tours. We need more of these young guys from the U.S., so hopefully the Armstrong boys got a taste of how fun these GWA things are. I know Cash was a little disappointed with his earlier round against Christopher, so I have a feeling that kid's going to go home and sharpen his sword a little bit. So on the GWA, we like to say iron sharpens iron. So I'd love to get Malo and Christopher over here for a little chat.
Who's in this? Oh, this is third and fourth.
Oh, are they going?
So this is the mini final.
All right, we just got Amy Wright, the local New Zealand young woman, 17 years old, just does a nice little Rayleigh. I had a really fun chat with Amy earlier. I don't think I've seen anyone smile more than Amy. She just had an amazing adventure on her first GWA event. We also, against Orane. Orane is the new Cal rider for starboard and free wing. She is an accomplished GWA rider, so we're going to see what she's got. Amy looking super powered in the gust. That looks like a pretty big wing she has. Orane just can't quite seem to land that 3. Amy going out and sending Rayleighs, so we'll see what comes down with this one. Amy is an accomplished Wingfoil racer, so that kind of seems to be her main thing, like she's just learning freestyle. She told me a fun story earlier that she and Nia have become buddies. Nia, the 15-year-old from Tarifa, duotone Roxy rider, has been teaching Amy how to freestyle. So in the last 24 hours, Amy has absolutely upped her game. So let's see what Orane has. It is definitely windier. I suspect these ladies are a bit overpowered. Okay, Orane just lands a really clean 3, and I think that is going to be enough to take the lead. I will wait to see that score, but that's a great jump from Orane there.
You got a score update for me? But did that last trick count for Orane yet? So Orane's 6.8. Orane's leading.
You have the scores?
24.16.
2?
23 point something.
24.
Give me a hug, dude. Dude. All that hard work paid off.
All right, so we are still live in the women's mini final with Orane versus Amy. I'm waiting for a score update. Amy is the F1 rider from New Zealand and shredding out there against Orane, the new Cal starboard free wing rider. Orane just unfortunately goes down on that 3. Amy's looking plenty powered on that F1 strike. Let's see what happens now. Looks like she's about to do a big Rayleigh for us. Yep, Amy sends a nice Rayleigh full speed out there, so I'm really excited to see Amy. She's super fast, so she's going to be a force in this wing race with the women.
Congrats, man. Thank you, baby. I can cut into an interview with the boys, or do you want me to wait till this is over? All right, interview. Hey, all you guys, come on.
All right, we are live at the GWA New Zealand. We just completed the men's final between these two buddies, Christopher and Malo. Comes this way a little bit. How's that? Okay, so these two just went at it. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to turn it over to them. Christopher, you go first.
Yeah, it was a super fun heat. We had some really good wind. It's a dream final of mine to go against my good friend here, Malo. We landed a lot of good tricks, and I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, for me too was super fun to go against Chris because, you know, He's a really good friend, so it's always a pleasure. And yeah, the wind picked up since the semis, so yeah, now it's much more enjoyable. And yeah, I did some good tricks. Not enough to take the win because he did some better than me, but yeah, it was still super fun.
So we were watching you guys literally almost go toe to toe, like 720s, forwards, backflips. Like that was just an absolute showdown between you guys. So what's going through your head? I looked outside and about a minute before we started, you guys are on the wake of a yacht together. You want to explain that?
Yeah, we were just riding, and then all of a sudden I was super excited. I was yelling at Malo to follow me. And we just rode this huge yacht wake just for around 30 seconds, just cruising right before our heat. Yeah, it was really pleasure.
So that's pretty cool to look out and see Malo and Christopher riding a giant wake together. We're just casually hanging out on this wake about 1 minute before the final starts. So I just want to say congratulations to both these young men. I'm going to let them thank their sponsors, their parents, etc. for getting them here. So Malo, I know your dad Patrice is at home. Patrice is a good friend of mine and a great dude. So here you go. I'm going to give it to you to thank everyone.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for the support, to everybody. Thanks to Gong, who's my main sponsor, without who I could do anything. I couldn't come to New Zealand, and I'm here thanks to Gong, and mainly thanks to my dad and my mom who helped me to become who I am today. So yeah, shout out to Patrice and Delphine.
I want to thank my main board and wing sponsor, F1, and for Wetsuits Monera. The best gear, I couldn't do without them. And mostly I want to thank my parents, my dad and my mom, for taking me to these events and taking care of me and getting me here. Thank you.
What do you think your mom's thinking? She's back in Hood River. It's snowy. It's like 36 degrees. It's dark at 4 o'clock. So why don't you give her a special shout out to Mom?
Thank you, Mom. I appreciate it.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the women's mini final. Congratulations, boys! I'm sure we're gonna see lots more finals between you two. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we're back with Orane and Amy. I'm looking for a score update at this point. So the new Cal rider, starboard free wing, goes up, tries a big 3. She is leading with a 6.8 to Amy's 3. So currently, Orane is up. Orane, the horn just sounded, and she is on the podium. Congratulations to the new Cal rider. I want to give a big shout out to my new friend, Amy Wright. She is an absolute ripper on the blue F1 V2 strike. She did amazing for her first GWA event. We expect to see her at more. We're totally pumped on the young woman. So Amy had a huge smile, and between her and Cash, they are definitely my two favorite new riders. Amy Wright, congratulations on your 4th place finish. So this is the last one. This is the last heat. Well, no, they're going to make us race, but... Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm in. We'll see. Yeah. All right, they just started the mini final men's. Yep. Am I live? All right, this is the men's mini final between Alain Fedit, the AFS rider, and Encore Sosa. It looks like Alain is going to have the first trick on the board. Sosa going down on the outside. Still plenty of time for the Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura. Alain looking really powered. I have a feeling we're going to see quite the show from Alain. Let's see what he's got. There's Alain out the backside. He's going to just tap. Oh, he's going to do a little wing twirl for us. We like to see some style points there. Encore riding in. He is going to jump going out. Alain is about to jump. You can see him coming in. Oh, a huge back loop. Is that a back loop? It was giant. Does he ride out of it? Encore with a super clean backflip. The young 15-year-old Fuerteventura just pulled a really nice backflip. So it's going to be interesting to see how that scores. So we are wrapping up wing freestyle in New Zealand. So who would have thought yesterday it wasn't looking good. We'd only made it through a few rounds where all of a sudden today we are on to the final of the day, the men's mini final. This is for third and fourth place. We've already crowned our women's champion, Nia Suarez, the Tarifa local, 15 years old. She's duotone and Roxy sponsored, absolutely shredding. She came away with the first win of the tour. Great event for her. We just saw the men. Oh, Alain does one of his amazing new innovative moves. I cannot wait. I'm going to call that a flip 180 of some sort. Here comes Encore. Let's see what he's got. Oh, huge front flip. Does he land it? Encore did land that. It's going to be interesting what the judges think. There's this whole gray area whether that's a score or not. I'm going to say it is, so we'll have to see how that looks. Both Alain and Encore on the outside. Encore tacks first coming in. Alain jumps this direction, so we'll look at the AFS rider, the Red Wing, and see what he's got for us. Encore doing a big 540. That'll score too, but Alain going for a 720 there and just not quite getting it.
Do you have scores for me?
All right, I'm looking for a score update here. We're almost halfway through this, so about 3.5 minutes left. Encore with a big, clean 3. That's going to add to his scorecard, so that's a smart move by the young 15-year-old. Alain with a, oh, he just can't quite get that big, I think that's a backside 7. I'm not totally sure, but that's a huge, powerful move, but the German rider cannot land it, Alain Fedit. Wow, this looks to be a really close one. 18.66 for the youngster from Fuerteventura. Encore to 17 point. My eyes are going here. 07 for Alain. So let's see what Alain can do. Still plenty of time. Just under 3 minutes to go. Looks like nice win for them. This is a great way to wrap up the GWA freestyle side of things. There's a lot of competitors already rigging their race stuff. We don't rest. When we have wind, we get after it. Here, I'm here with my good friend Orane. Oh, there's Alain with a huge move, and he does ride out of it. So that actually might be enough. We're going to have to wait for the scores to see if that's going to pass Encore. Alain just pulled a backside 7, I'm going to call that. It wasn't the smoothest landing, but he did ride out of it. I'm here with our women's mini final winner, Orane, from New Caledonia. She rides for Free Wing and Starboard. Orane, how did that go?
It was nice.
It was nice. A little more than that. Orane, did you have a good time? You're on the podium. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm so excited, and it was so much fun on the water.
Here, we got to be in front of the camera. So, Orane, tell me who you'd like to thank.
Huh?
Who do you want to thank? Your sponsors.
I want to thank my sponsor. And
so who are your sponsors? She's really distracted by Alon, who's shredding. So can we get an update on the score? No, Orane, would you like to thank Starboard and Free Wing?
Yeah, Starboard, Free Wing, and Soros, and everything who will support me, and yeah, thank you.
Well, congratulations. That's awesome to be on the podium for the first event. That's some really great points for you. So
I think it's my first podium.
well, she just said that's her first podium. So congratulations. Starboard and Free Wing have got to be super stoked. Yeah. So can't wait to see you up there. Now we're going to see what Alon's got. Oh, huge backflip. Okay. We need a score update.
So close. You did a 720? No.
So it looks currently, I don't know if there's going to be an update. It is Alain Fedit riding for Germany this year with a perfect score of 20 versus Encore with a 19.16. This is super close. 35 seconds left. Let's see what happens here. Orane, what do you think? Oh, a giant front forward by Alain. Man, this guy, he sends it so hard. Orane, what do you think? How's he doing?
I think he needs to do the 720 now. I don't know what he does.
Yeah, Orane just said she thinks he needs to do the 720. But so far, with 12 seconds left, I'm not sure if the final scores are in. This one, Alain looks to be in the lead at 20.6. So as it stands, we have Alain Fedit riding for AFS in Germany this year on the podium in third. I do not have the final scores, but I'm going to wait and see. Encore, the Cabrina rider from Fuerteventura, looks like very close scoring, but it looks like he is in fourth. 20.63 to 19.16. Man, what a great end to this New Zealand Tauranga first stop of the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. We are so stoked to get this done. Got it. Copy. So we are here on day 5 of the GWA New Zealand Wingfoil World Tour. We just wrapped up the men's and the women's freestyle. What an amazing day we had of freestyle, both men and women. On the men's side, it was Christopher McDonald versus Malo Ginobili, his good buddy, and they went toe-to-toe. Christopher, the Hood River local, just eking him out. On the women's side, the young rider Nia Suarez from Tarifa came away with the first win. What a great day. We're so grateful to the wind gods in New Zealand. We have not had wind for quite a while. So the 5th day of this, we are so stoked to be able to get everything done. Hats off to the GWA crew. They did not take a single break today. They pushed through. They got everything done. The judges having to judge that many heats in a row is super challenging. So we will be back in the next hour or so for some slalom racing. Cheers. Thank you very much, New Zealand, and we'll see you next time.